All right. Getting back. Getting everything back here, guys. Just give me a moment. I'm just going to restart the show and we're just going to do a fresh one. Storm is past.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
All right, everybody. We are back and still experiencing some technical difficulties here. Yeah, I totally lost power. Fun times. Yeah, we got slammed by that storm. And then, as I was starting, take 3 actually there, Pinkerbell. Because, yeah, as I was restarting stream, thank God I didn't hit go live, I guess. We had another power outage. So, that was fun. And then, yeah, just had to get everything going again. So, yes, welcome back in. Hope you guys are all having a good day. Hope you're having a little bit of a better day than me. Honestly, dude, that was scary. Like, at one point there, it was like they're saying, unannounced tornado. So we have confirmed tornadoes a little bit like north. So yeah, dude, like this storm was no joke. Here, let me get some music here because yeah, I'm still actually like kind of, a little fucked up by it. I'm hoping that I don't lose power again. Because, yes, this was not fun. Not fun at all. So, oh, God, I hope that we can get the stream back out there. Fuck. All right, here, let's do this. Oh, my God. Here. Have you liked the stream? Let's just go. Yep. And did and no. God damn it, I hate this. Hey, Abum. Hey, how's it going, man? Your name just really fucked with my dyslexia, so I was just like, wow. Okay, so Adam, I'm guessing Adam video game community? Or, I don't know. I'm going to just say, hi, welcome to the stream. Play Coconut Simulator? Barnaby. All right, mate. Sorry. No, it's all right, man. It's all right. It was just like, I don't know, man. I have these moments, like, with my dyslexia where certain, like, when people do, like, certain, mixes, it really fucks with it. So, it's okay, man. I think that I'm all right, though. Yeah, cool. Yeah, but welcome to the stream, man. We're chilling. This is a chill ass stream. We have some fun here. We talk some politics, all that kind of stuff. Cheerio. What's up? Oh, wow. This is like a whole lot of engagement from people that don't usually show up here. Or like, hey, welcome. Hey, first timers. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I just had my stream end abruptly because I got slammed by a huge storm cell. Help me, pal. What? Uh-oh. Help you what? What's going on here? Ashley Guerrera. Hello. Thank you for the star. Appreciate that. Where is everybody? The thing is, I sent out a notification, didn't I? Yeah, I think I did. Well, welcome back to everybody returning, and hello to everybody who is new here. You're trying to fight a GameStop worker. Oh, dude, don't do that. Why are you trying to fight a GameStop worker? Their lives suck as it is. They work for GameStop. Like, and I'm not saying like it's not a job with dignity, but goddamn, dude, that corporation will working for GameStop will ruin your spirits and also faith in humanity. Dude, they took a good thing and they ruined that. I mean, I used to, full disclosure, used to work for GameStop, and I absolutely loved that job. We had a great community that came and supported, we supported each other. It was awesome. And we, there were occasional like dudes that they would hang out and they thought we were like their friends, and it was just like kind of sad. But couldn't be mean. I'll admit that. But overall, we had some pretty cool people that would hang around. You'd learn some stuff. GTA 6, yeah. Oh, isn't that gonna be fun? Yeah, I'm gonna lose a lot of my life to that. Yo, it's 3 o'clock at night. I'm under my bro's bed. He has no idea. What kind of shenanigans what kind of shenanigans are happening over there? What are you doing? And also, yeah, Pinkerbell. I hope you understand how powerful that storm was. Oh, by the way, got all the plants in. Hey. That was that was important to me. But well, Pip is out. What? Pip? Hey? Rick, how's it going, man? Look like what? I have a feeling that you're trying to insult me. Meh. I'm more so curious, like, okay, so what's that mean? Kind of bad, where I'm just like, I'm kind of curious about what the slang is. Oh my god, dude. Another one? Yeah, that storm is still kicking outside. I hope that I don't lose stream again. That would suck. Just I know. I'll look up like Pip the Troll. I don't know, man. Anyway. Okay, so this is what I usually do here. I usually talk about some personal stuff and then go into the news, but I already kind of did that stream. I had an hour before this. Kind of teased where I was going with this. Where is everybody? Right? No, Pinkerbell, I was actually just thinking that. I'm like, where the hell is everybody? I sent out the Discord notification, so I hope that they got that. But yeah, man, where the fuck did everybody go? I mean, are they all at the surfs? Tinkerbell, go find the audience and bring them back. Hey, there she is. Wow, thank God. I was getting a little scared there. I was like, why is this? Like, I'm happy that we got some people that are new here, welcome. Hope you guys subscribe if you guys feel like you're, if you want to chill. Talk some politics, I come from the left of center. If you're centrist, if you're centrist independent or even a conservative, Trumper, MAGA, I don't care. I just want to know people's different perspectives on things. Even though, yeah, trust me, I know what I'm inviting here. You're back. We should be back, but we're in the green. Okay, so yeah, you've been paying attention to that, so that's good. All right. All right, guys. Pinkerbell, I don't know why I'm singling you out here, but help me come up with something clever here. Have you liked the stream? What are we doing? I need 3 options. Let's go. What? Just yes, no, or yes, did, will do. I don't know. Nah, that seems lame. Man, I'm still kind of, as I said, I'm like shook up from that fucking storm. Like, I hate the fact that I kind of called it too, where I was just like, oh, hey, if I lose power. Oh. Sorry, I was watching Boston Rob with EMA. Oh shit. Oh, I see how it is. I see how it is. I lose power and everything goes awry. Is everything okay? Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm just, as I said, I'm a little kind of like, whoa. I'm on edge. Let's put it. Hey, what up, Ken? Yes, I'm back. Yeah, losing stream like that is like, especially just losing all power. Yeah, it kind of sucks. And also just in general, now, like I was about to say, I'm on edge. Like, I don't want to lose stream again. Everything's fine. We just had a strong wind gust that knocked the power lines around. Well, yay. Let's continue. All right, so we're gonna cover the news that I wanted to cover before. We were just about to get to the Platner thing, and then I was gonna cover what we have been covering for the last 3 days here in Chicago, where, okay, so something exploded in somebody's car, leaving the person DOA, and it shut down the highway because people were just like, oh my God, is it, they didn't know what the hell was going on. Well, we do have answers on that. And then, yes, we're going to be talking about the Platner situation. I have some opinions about what's going on here with the media. Like, dude, the establishment is freaking out. So I kind of like that. I like the fact that they're shook. So while you were offline, I threw together a small beat. Nice. Look at you. Like, that was productive. Hell yeah. What the hell are you going? What's going on here? This guy is going off. But either way, welcome back, everybody. That was just so fucking weird. Thank you, Uni, for paying attention, by the way. I got my own personal weather service. But yeah, we're also going to be covering Trump announced strikes. Oh, actually, shit. That's what I was doing. There was an announcement on Twitter about it. Iran strike. Latest. There we go. Man, everything is still freaking running so slow. Trump says we're going to hit them hard today. And this was 10 seconds ago. RBS News. Wait, RSB News? Okay, wait. What's RSBN? This is why I hate fucking Twitter. This is not what I was looking for. Ah, here we go. Why would he announce that we're hitting them? Is it like does he think that's gonna scare him? Where he's just gonna be like, we're gonna hit you so hard. You just have to, you gotta back down there, guys, because if we go back to it, then that's it. Then we're back at it. What are you on about there, TNT? TNT, I'm dynamite. Waka waka, look at us. They're trying to everything to get something to stick to Platner, and everything is falling flat. Same with Tallarico. Yeah, so okay. Now, thank you. You kind of gave me the permission to start covering the news. Oh shit! I just realized that. Yay! I get to reload this. Fun times. And Stan. Oh, he's behind me. That's not good. That's not good for Stan Cam. Oh, here. Here, you want a treat? Wait, where's your brother? Hold on. Where's the cat? I need to make sure that the cat is nowhere nearby, because I swear to God, if he comes zipping in here and he scares the dog, I'm going to be mad. Here, Rebecca, by the way, not sure if you got to see him get his treats for your donation, so here, you get it. There you go. You're such a good dog. Stan! Yeah, isn't he cool? Leftist men are 20% more likely to commit self-harm. You know what's weird? I can't even, like... It's just like, man, I can see it. when you have self-awareness and you have empathy and just overall, sometimes things can seem bad, but that sucks though. You know, I don't know. Farmers are let's think about farmers right now. They're the ones that I think, like, if we're talking statistically. All right, let's get this going though. Come on, please work. There we go. Okay. I'm scared to see the screen because this is right when I put this up is when I lost power. So, wow, look at that beautiful face. The funniest part is I went to go see his beautiful face, and he is licking his balls, or his non-balls. You know what I mean? Oh God, not you again. Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah, he's been here before. Yeah, I gotta say, like, there was like an influx of people right at the beginning that I don't think I've ever been here before. Which, hey, that's always great, but and I say people loosely because they all had, the telltale signs, but I hope they're not. That would suck. Hey, okay, I think you've had enough. Ellie, I don't want you hurting yourself. Did you just see the look he gave me? Like, hey, mind your business. And then you lost power. Yeah, I know. Okay, cat's back. Yay, we got the cat back. My dog just farted. All right, stream is a go. Woo! We have got everything going on that's like, I felt like we just kind of like clicked all the buttons and switches in the Millennium Falcon, where it's just like, all right, let's go. Light speed. All right. Hey. All right. Yeah. You're gonna come chill with me for a little bit. Yeah. Come say hello to everybody. Hello. Hey. Oh, my baby. And this is why he gets away with everything. You see that? Yeah, this is my buddy. Yeah, Lito, even though you're bad. Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm getting lost now. He's doing his adorable thing. Yeah. Here, you want to lay down? There you go. As long as it keeps you out of trouble. Okay. Aw, Catzilla's so cuddly. Yeah, he is. I think that he kind of got, shaken up by the storm there. He definitely was a little freaked out. All right. Here, what? Hold on, guys. I just got a freaking an error message. Give me a sec. Yes, I know that oh my God. Yes, I had a power surge. Thank you. Do you want to restart? Yes, we do. There we go. All right, we're good. Whew. I was a little bit worried about losing stream again. That would have sucked. I also just realized that. Okay, my creator studio also just froze. What the fuck? There we go. What is going on here, man? Sorry, guys. I'm still having technical difficulties from losing power. Fantastic. Okay. Now, we can go theater mode. Boom. All right, so we were paying attention to the story. I kind of led up to this already, but just to give you guys a little bit of a refresher, there was a situation here in Chicago on the freeway. There was a guy that was driving. An unknown, something unknown exploded and took out the unfortunate individual. And we didn't know what it was. So there was speculation that, he may have been up to no good. and that something went off before, he could hurt people, but that was not the case. And then we started theorizing it was his phone. Well, it was not either of those. So, what could it have been, you ask? Well, we have an update. Let's find out.
Tonight, we're learning much more about what happened on the Eisenhower last week, how a car exploded, killing a Cicero man inside, and shut down the interstate for hours. Tonight, investigative reporter Chuck
The car did not explode.
Gowdy digs into the story behind the story. And we want to warn you, you may find some of the details to be gruesome.
How did this happen on the outbound 290? A vehicle moving 60 miles an hour, according to witnesses, just blows up and slows to a stop. The driver dead inside. At first, federal law enforcement summoned to the scene say they thought it might have been a drug cartel hit. But now our NBC Chicago investigative team has learned that the FBI determined no one else was involved, and a senior U.S. law enforcement official on the case tells us the driver was killed when a commercial-grade fireworks rocket went off inside the SUV and shot straight into his chest. This man,
What the hell?
47-year-old Jorge Vaca,
Was he trying to light it out the window, you think? And he held it backwards?
was the driver who didn't survive
Oh.
a direct hit
Oh.
from a commercial-sized fireworks mortar that was ignited as he drove here on the outbound
How?
Eisenhower. The rocket blast landed in his chest as he was in 60-mile-per-hour traffic, according to witness statements. He then slowed to a stop. Fireworks of all kinds are intended for use away from people, and commercial-grade rockets that are shot into the sky certainly aren't meant for ignition inside a moving vehicle. It sounds like the public, at least, can rest assured that this 8-hour shutdown was not caused by the beginning of a cartel war, for instance, where some
Jesus! Holy shit, the news is just yeah. I mean, it's not like we totally were just going with that narrative. Yeah, other people were totally talking about that.
somebody attacked a car driving.
No, most people, dude, the one thing that I saw in the comment sections here was most people were saying that it was a cell phone. They were all like, oh my God, this is also why they're kind of sketchy about it, because they don't want to have the public's freaking out that, their phone could just go boom.
On
an
interstate.
Yeah, I mean, based on everything that's being
honestly, this is the first time I've heard the cartel theory the entire time that I've been covering this.
reported, that certainly doesn't
It's
seem
been a week.
That was a likely occurrence that happened, and it seems like there was something that occurred inside the vehicle that caused this.
Vaca was a newly recruited cooperator with the Drug Enforcement Administration after a recent DEA arrest.
Oh, I can see why they thought this then. Oh, this is quite coincidental.
Senior law enforcement officials working on the explosion case. FBI officials now
Hey,
rule out
baby
any
bunny,
outside
how you
involvement
doing?
in the blast that killed Vaca and gummed up traffic on Chicago's major
Gummed up?
east-west artery.
That's a hell of a way to put
And
it.
they do not believe his DEA work had anything to do with the deadly incident. But the Cook County Medical Examiner has not determined whether his death was accident or suicide. Federal investigators tell NBC5 that it would be difficult for a commercial firework to spontaneously discharge in transit and penetrate a driver's chest. The car windows were blown out, but no one else was hurt on the highway. So we now know how this explosion happened on the Eisenhower, a fireworks blast inside the SUV, but we don't know why it happened, and that will take some time for the medical
Yeah, I mean,
examiner.
will we ever? I mean, they're obviously going to go through his phone.
Vaca's family declining
Holy shit,
to
dude.
speak with NBC5 about his death.
I just knew that it was a commercial grade firework. I didn't know any of the details past that.
Back to you.
Oh, wow. That's a hell of a way to go. I was about to say that's a hell of a way to go. Let's do this. All right, so
If
let's
I'm in
start
your
here.
campaign, or if
Here.
I'm high up,
Okay, so sorry. All of my clips are going to start automatically because for some reason, anytime that my computer shuts off and I, have to restore, yeah, it does the thing where it's just like, hey, we're just going to play these videos automatically. So get used to that. But yeah, we were talking about how the media is going after Platner, and they will not let go. Like, he won by 75%, or I think it might have even been 76% of the vote last night. It's insane how much they're trying to just turn everybody against him, and they keep saying the same thing where they're just like, oh well, maybe during the general they'll actually, they'll see all of these attack ads and they'll just decide that they can't trust him, and they're gonna go with Susan Collins again, even though Maine has moved blue and they're very upset with Donald Trump. But yeah, totally, it's gonna be Susan Collins, just because this guy did what most people kind of do. So here, Mika this is actually kind of strange to me, because I've never seen her really go this hard at anybody. So for her to do this to Graham Platner, it does kind of speak to just how obvious it is that the corporate media just does not want him to win.
If I'm in your campaign, or if I'm high up in the Democratic Party, at this point, I have a few questions in terms of the health of your campaign moving forward into the general, which is a whole
75 is an embarrassing blowout against a sitting governor too.
different ball game. So here's my first.
Even though she pulled out of the race, but
you were asked this question by Chris Hayes about the issue of, is there more out there? What else could be out there that might be revealed during the campaign? And you deflected, said, among other things, this is between you and your wife. It was understandable to a limit, because for Maine voters in a general election, the question is, what is out there? What is not in your possession that you sent to others who may have in their possession? How many concerning pictures and or text messages are in the possession of other people that could be used against you? And I'd like to know if there are pictures, concerning pictures.
I will just
the Majority Report had a really funny bit on this, where they were just like, pictures, certain pictures, dick pictures. Where are the dick pics?
Amy and I's relationship has been blown, I would say, totally out of proportion. Early in our marriage, we had some struggles, and we worked through them, because that's what you do when you're in love with somebody. And it made our marriage much stronger, made us, frankly, a much happier and communicative couple. I was single for the majority of my adult life. I was in my 20s and 30s and I dated, and that's in the modern age. That's what happens. You date people and you use dating apps and you do all this stuff. And frankly, that all happened long before I got married, and happened long before I decided to run for the United States Senate. I can just tell you, there is nothing out there that is going to will run counter to any of the stories that I've talked about openly this entire campaign. And I know everyone continues to be like, oh, what else is coming? Ironically,
right,
the whole what else is coming has essentially been the same thing the whole time, which is I've been very open about the fact that I struggled, very open about the fact that I had a long litany of failed relationships for years, because I myself was not in a good place. And then every now and again, we will have a media outlet or a politically motivated attack come up and try to drag it all up. But it's all very much within the exact same story that I've told this entire time.
Okay, so you say there's nothing out there that could be concerning. And this may seem
I had to do a hard shutdown on the phone, but it worked. Well, I lost power, man, so this is second string.
There's nothing out there that's actually
if you noticed.
People will make everything seem very concerning, because that's what people do in politics. But, I think the thing about all of this is, what I find to be kind of most curious, is this is what everyone wants to make the campaign about, so we do not talk about the struggles of working Mainers. We do not talk about the fact that I know someone in my hometown here who works 3 jobs and pays over 60% of her monthly income in rent. I think that matters a lot.
We talked about that yesterday.
Than the details of my relationship before I ran for United States Senate. That's just me.
Talked about how common that is.
So then let me ask you this way.
3 minutes until my 420. Hell yeah.
just talk about the nature of the sexting in terms of, can you call for the release of the Epstein files? And can you call out those who have abused women and not be conflicted in any way?
Yes, of course. I mean, I engaged in consensual romantic activities with adults at an earlier part in my life. That seems like a fairly normal thing most people do. Going to an island with
fucking great answer
to possibly assault children is a vastly, vastly different thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you wish that this had come out earlier and in your own way?
No, I mean, this was a very private thing for my wife and I. And the only reason it's out is because we confided in someone we trusted on the campaign, who then went and broke that trust. So it's, I mean, Amy and I have a very strong marriage, and it's mostly strong because of some of the challenges we faced early on.
MSNBC is trash. Well, it's MS now, so, dude.
No, I mean, I'm not happy it's out, but it's also, it's not again, I would say it's been entirely blown out of proportion as to what the reality of the situation
But also,
is.
what up, DA? Good to see you, bro.
Mr. Platner, good morning. Let me ask you about the race ahead now that
All right, so I haven't seen anything from this guy.
Last night, Susan Collins hasn't really had a close race in a long time. 6 years ago, it was under double digits. She won by 8 points, but there always seems to be this idea, because Maine in presidential elections goes blue by and large, that this is the time that Susan Collins is going to be defeated, and yet it never seems to be. So why do you believe this time Mainers will walk away from Susan Collins, as I assume you believe they will?
Well, I believe they will because I am a normal Mainer, and I have lots of normal Mainer friends, and everybody, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, a lot of people in this state.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. You're going
someone
hell yeah.
who, for decades now, has not
dude,
really
have
stood
fun.
up for the people of Maine. Someone who will not hold the Trump
Getting
administration
ready to go see
account.
Lupe Fiasco.
Someone
Dude,
who
that's
has
fucking
gotten
sick.
quite wealthy while in office, trading
That
stocks
is
and bonds, which
gonna
is
be
a
fun.
very unpopular thing for those of
be
us out
safe.
here that don't have stocks and bonds. Someone who promised to protect Roe v. Wade and then went and voted for Brett Kavanaugh and brought about the destruction of a woman's right to choose.
I tend to go a little hard at concerts.
Those
so.
are real things that people see there, and they bring about material realities for us down here on the ground. And I am fully convinced that people in this state are sick and tired of this kind of politics as usual, like corporatist establishment politician. Which
They really
Susan
are.
Collins
Like
really
they
is
really
the
are.
avatar of. Now, I will say this.
Why is Graham Platner like the easiest fucking politician to make a Zootopia character out of?
That support her, they
He would be
know
a
the
seal
stakes of this thing.
or like a walrus for sure.
Dumping millions of dollars into the state of Maine in attack ads.
The
against
Maine
us
walrus.
already. We'll say for anybody who's watching at home.
Yeah,
if
I'm
you wanna
glad
see
Graham
Susan
won
Collins
too.
beaten,
Me too.
Please go to Graham for Senate.
No, because honestly, the establishment's freaking out. This should be a fucking win in itself.
Donate.
I hate how many
Definitely use
people
the
are
help.
buying into the
But
fucking stuff.
The stakes of this are so high because we really are looking at, is this country going to be
Playing
able
on
to
the whole
go
like
in a
we need
direction
perfect
of a
politicians. It's like,
politics
come on.
that is accessible, a politics that is representative of regular people, and then a politics that therefore represents regular working people? Or do we maintain the status quo? Do we maintain a politics that allows for
Hey, Robert, how's it going, man?
corporations to continue to get richer and richer and richer year after year, while those of us that work for a living
You guys have not
harder
already
and
hit the like
longer
button
and for less?
and
I think the answer
sub to
that
the
is
stream
gonna
if
stay
you haven't
in Maine is
already.
People want change.
As you've been hearing for months,
I
from
think
your
that's the first time
Democratic
that I've
opponents,
asked.
and now will grow
Oh,
louder
shit,
with the Collins
421.
campaign and Republicans even nationally. The argument against you is that all of the comments that you've talked about and addressed and said you were at a bad time.
Because pep talks. Hey, remember, if we miss 420, if we go to 421, still counts.
Your life, the past comments
422
about
is where we.
black people calling yourself a communist, talking about police, talking about armed resistance for the working class. They say that's who you really are and that you've kind of cleaned yourself up to run this campaign to get into the United
It's called redemption, dude.
States Senate. So how do you, for people just kind of tuning into this race, perhaps even in Maine, but certainly nationally, How do you address that criticism? Because it's kind of at the
Christian, what did you do to that poor hippopotamus?
heart of the argument against you, which is you actually are that guy from 10 or 12 years ago, and that you polished yourself for the election. What do you say to that?
I would say that they really do not grasp what is happening up here in Maine, because they continue to try to make this race about me. And what they fail to understand is it's not about me at all. It's about us. It's about Maine. It's about the working people of this state.
Dude, fucking Platner winning. That was a real fucking good thing. I stand by that.
Post-cancellation,
like,
post-purity
pissed.
style of politics
go.
that the Republican Party has ushered in. I'm not going to sit here and defend things Graham Platner did in his past. Not even Graham Platner defends these things that he did in his past. But we have watched for a decade as Republicans have repeatedly lowered the threshold, lowered the standards for their candidates. And now Democrats are going to keep holding our candidates to an infinitely higher standard while we have Ken Paxton in Texas, while we have Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office right now. And I guess it remains to be seen. But I also want to
Is it a high standard or is it a low standard?
Listen,
because I'm not sure that he's being held to a higher standard than anybody else.
Well, but the Republican Party is absolutely holding him to a higher standard than they hold their own candidates. I mean, Donald Trump had a sit-down dinner with Nick Fuentes, and the very same people who were silent about that are now clutching their pearls about this admittedly weird tattoo that Graham Platner has apologized for.
It's a Nazi tattoo, Adam.
I'm not...
Acknowledge that. It's not weird. It's a Nazi tattoo.
It's awful, yeah.
So, I mean, look, Democrats now are, I hear what you're saying, and I know we've had conversations with you, Caroline, about similar things, but basically Democrats are saying that we're going to go lower. They go low, we go just as low.
I think that Democrats are trying to reframe this away from Graham Platner's personality and towards a race between Graham Platner versus Susan Collins. Susan Collins is somebody who rubber stamps all of Donald Trump's worst impulses, from stripping health care away from tens of millions of Americans that will lead to death. We talked about the affordability issues. We talked about ICE even. I mean, Susan Collins rubber-stamped Kristi Noem, which led to the death of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. So I'm not going to sit here and judge Mainers who want to push against the status quo. It's not my place to judge. If Graham Platner can earn their trust, then he earns their trust.
But I think what's missing in the analysis here is that Graham Platner just won a Democrat primary by running on the best aspects of President Trump's 2024 campaign platform. If you look at Graham Platner's platform, he ran on no foreign intervention in the Middle East, no new wars. He ran on D.C. has been working for the elites and it has stopped working for the working class, which is very similar to President Trump's original drain the swamp message. He ran on bringing back U.S. manufacturing, working class issues. He's an anti-establishment working class candidate.
That's the Democratic Party.
But here's what you guys are missing.
She is making an important point.
He ran on that, and that's what he won.
This is a version of the type of politics, a type of populism on the left that Trump ran. At least he ran on it on the right. I'm not sure we could argue he governed quite that way, but he ran on it.
My gut tells me this is a byproduct of the wrapping of the messenger as much as it is the message itself. He looks like a dude. Let's just say what it is. He's got the scruff. He's got the edge. At a moment in which Democrats were...
I actually would say
no, it's the politics.
I don't think it's that.
Allow me to finish, though. Allow me to finish, because it's actually the Democrats who did this whole autopsy on what it is to be masculine.
Did you guys? Did you ever release that?
I've
never seen it.
That is,
he's making a good
whole
point.
analysis about what it means to be masculine. They didn't do that because there wasn't a problem there.
Yeah, he's a dude. Like, that's what's scaring people is the fact that he's a dude that could even win Republicans just based on his messaging and just even his look.
When I look at Graham Platner, the first thing I think of, he looks like a dude. And he looks like someone who looks very different than many of the men who lead the Democratic Party. And I think that is an appealing aspect that Democrats need to talk about.
And maybe the flaws are part of that package.
No. You are correct, LZ, with that part. He looks like a dude. And when he first entered the race and he said, I'm an oyster farmer, I said, uh-oh, we got problems. Turns out he's not an oyster farmer. Turns out
there's a lot of
he's
problems
not
with his bio.
he's not a low-class guy.
Right,
He went to Harvard, he's got a bunch of money. He isn't what he says he is. Now, this isn't a reframing about turning this to Susan Collins. Susan Collins is the Republican every Democrat wishes every Republican was.
No.
She convicted Donald Trump.
No.
Yes, she worked with Joe Biden on a bunch of stuff. She is as bipartisan as they come.
No, she's not. She rubber stamps everything.
Susan
Collins she rubber stamps Trump's agenda every single chance she gets.
Just like 6 years ago, just like we were seeing garbage polls about Lindsey Graham in South Carolina, we saw garbage polls about Susan Collins in Maine. Come November,
he looks like a dude. I mean, listen, as an authority of who looks like a dude, you know, and I mean like who looks like a dude. I mean, he's got that rad mustache. He's a dude.
Don't want to be put in a moral
Can I
quandary
just say something to
saying
Caroline's point?
saying Nazi tattoo versus
Yeah, but when they learn about his scandals, just to be clear, when voters learn about Graham Platner scandals, oh, you're gonna like this.
Sorry, that
you're gonna.
The 420 hour hit me pretty hard.
Love me saying this. When voters learn about Graham Platner's scandals, he beats Susan Collins. He goes up in the polls, 48 to 43.
Yeah, it's the Trump effect.
Republicans.
It's the Trump effect. It's literally. It's people seeing through the bullshit, and that's something the media can't admit.
Telling you got it off talking about his scandals.
Yeah. No, and honestly, someone like Adam should point that out on CNN, where it's just like, no, guys, this was this is what you guys set. This was the you want to talk about setting standards? Trump set the standard, and they're playing by his fucking book.
Talk about the fact that he wants to abolish ICE, which is a position that 70% of Americans do
Hey,
not
Rebecca,
support.
how's it going?
Talking about that platform that he's talking about.
Yeah,
I think that is it's not President Trump's platform. I mean, President Trump ran on affordability, and they lost the
no new
thread.
wars.
We
and
have lost,
DC
and all of that has completely changed right now with President Trump in office. And I think to the point of Graham Platner, he's not only someone that doesn't look like the establishment, but you look at the contrast between him and Janet Mills, someone who is the sitting governor of Maine, and people want change. I mean, people are seeing what Donald Trump came in on and was elected on, and they're not getting the results that they voted for. And they look at someone like Graham Platner, who I'm not defending, but I'm saying is offering something different.
Well, he's offering Trump's 2024 original platform, which is the winning one.
Well,
everybody should stick to that if they want to win
Donald
elections.
Trump flipped on it.
Great, then more times are going to win. If they
pressed right against the desk.
Talk about the swamp. The contrast that we need to make is between Susan Collins and Graham Platner. Janet Mills is gone. So Susan Collins is a definition of a swamp creature. She promised she would run for 2 terms. She's now running for her 6th term after her net worth is increased by 2,000%.
What did Mark Warner say about that? What did half the
she is running
in the
for?
Senate say
She is
about
the
that same
definition
thing?
of the swamp. The Senate currently has a 12% approval rating. So if Mainers want to gain trust in Graham Platner,
will you
scandals
oppose
or
Mark
not?
Warner when he
And
runs
this
for
is
re-election?
again
I'm talking
the
about Susan Collins versus
dude. It's because he's anti-establishment, dude. I'm gonna start sounding like Cenk Uygur here, but it's true. This is true. And it's so fucking obvious. And Jake is probably just fucking having nearly a heart attack from his joy from the fact that this is so obvious, because now he can just be like, of course I was right.
Graham
we gotta be
Platner.
consistent.
I also am not going to take this pearl clutching from Republicans who have zero to say about Donald Trump having dinner with Nick Fuentes. Have you condemned that?
Yeah.
Have you condemned that? I went through your
Nick
Twitter. I
Fuentes
didn't see it.
stinks.
Have you
Twitter, I don't
condemned
tweet
Donald
very
Trump for having dinner with Nick Fuentes?
I would not be having dinner with Nick
falling into
Fuentes.
the same
no.
trap.
But this is beyond the point, dude.
It's not.
I am the most. I am awfully
You have
critical of
standards
Donald
down
Trump.
here, and
Adam's
we match
bringing
you,
it.
and you say,
That
what the
is
hell?
Not
You have
bad.
standards
Wait a
down
minute. Wait
here,
a minute.
and we match you.
That-
Trump had
okay,
dinner
so
with a
Nazi
Nazi.
tattoos good. So that's okay now because Donald Trump set the standard.
Oh, Graham Flatterson. No, you're just on the horizontal stream. I got the
but
vertical
where
stream
is the
going.
standard? Why
The standard is what you set when Donald Trump had dinner with Nick Fuentes.
You
Can you
guys are
condemn
missing
this?
the
it's
point,
not
which
just
is
a
that
Nick
the
Fuentes
voters
point.
don't
You can't
care.
condemn it.
It was put in front of the voters, and they don't care.
I want to. There's some other news that happened tonight. In California, Steve Hilton earned his way onto the ballot for the general election, a Republican. And this is happening at the same time that there's all this talk about rigged elections in California by Republicans with no evidence whatsoever. So, I mean, how do you explain this phenomenon? A Republican now in the runoff.
There you go.
Because every single Democrat in that primary was asked a question on the debate stage, and I call it the Kamala Harris test, which they all failed, which is they were all asked the question, Gavin Newsom, how has he handled homelessness in the state? What grade would you give him? And they all go, well, I think I'd give him an A. Well, I think I'd give him a B, which if you ask anybody in the state of California, homelessness has become an international embarrassment to that state. I mean, when I go overseas and people hear I'm from California, they go, you guys have a lot of homelessness there, right? I'm like, oh my God, I'm in Asia and you've heard of this. I don't understand.
She's
So a
painfully
Republican was able to make it in because there's a lot of disaffected voters in California that feel that the state has been in decline for the last decade, and he ran moderate enough that he got in.
Totally. No voter fraud, though. Right?
The voter fraud was never really a real thing. I think what we're witnessing in California is a frustration with the homelessness, though, being shocked.
It's abysmal. It's embarrassing.
Well,
it's inhumane.
Yes, all over the country, honestly,
But
not just
in
California.
Largest state, highest homeless
I'm from
population.
LA. I'm from LA.
Listen,
I was
I
just there 10
lived
years
in
ago.
LA.
I saw it
I
too.
worked for LA Times. I lived downtown. I lived around the corner from where the homelessness is at the epicenter. So I know it very well. I don't need a lecture about it. But what I will say is I've also had experienced it in Chicago. I've experienced it in a small town like Kalamazoo, Michigan. I've experienced it all over New York. I've experienced it in Phoenix. It's everywhere. So until we get the attitude that homelessness is an epidemic all over the country and not California's problem, we're not going to solve it. Now, when it comes to Mr. Hilton, I think the thing that makes him intriguing is the fact that he doesn't just talk about solving the problem. Because he has this business background, there's a belief that he'll know how to actually solve the problem and not just talk about solving the problem. I think that's what the outcome of the primary shows, his business background.
I think no matter what happens, like even though he has emerged as, the person that is going to face Javier Becerra in November, California has
Doesn't she like blow people's heads up?
not voted for a Republican in 20 years. I mean, since Arnold Schwarzenegger, I think Californians are going to rally around Becerra. It was a very
What do you know about governing?
tough primary for Democrats, and I think you're going to see that in November we will be saying Governor Becerra.
But
it's interesting because this is perhaps one of the ripest moments for a Republican or a center-right candidate to run in California. And it strikes me that
Jesus Christ, Abby Phillip, what did they put her fucking contract under a lighter and just go, hey, remember Barry Weiss is coming in?
That Hilton, he's in the runoff and probably helped by an incredibly fractured Democratic field. But Spencer Pratt in LA, maybe the biggest problem is that they have latched themselves to Donald Trump, who is, despite all the flaws
at least he
of
fixed that
California, a
mocklet,
very
right?
toxic figure in the
What
state.
up, Bandit? How's it
What
going,
we
brother?
see with Steve Hilton right now, especially separating from Donald Trump on voter fraud allegations, he's trying to pivot even more to the center. All politics is local, especially in a statewide election. And in California, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, whether it's homelessness or a number of other issues, we've heard Democrats on this network tonight just talk about the litany of problems California has.
Are just
people
desperate
are
for
upset
change.
with the people in power. And especially when you're running for governor, it should be state focused, local. If Steve Hilton can keep pivoting that way, hopefully he can grow that vote share. It's going to be really hard.
Yeah.
Spencer Pratt, a lot of people who did vote for him who weren't traditional Republicans said it was because he had creative ideas for homelessness, for fire prevention, for rebuilding, etc. But it wasn't enough because it's LA.
Okay. Just admitting it's it was unrealistic. Okay.
I want to bring in now MS Now's Kevin Fry in Bangor. Charlie Sykes is the author of To the Contrary on Substack, and Julie Roginski is author of the Salty
really
Politics
don't care
newsletter
about
on
this.
Substack.
Yeah.
She's also
okay. I don't care about this. Fuck this. All right. So let's get some news on what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. Actually, here, you know what? Let's do this first, and then we'll go back.
Let's get organized here. We're bringing you updates about Iran as well.
Protests near Belfast. Explosions reported in Iran.
Hold on. Now I'm hearing beeping.
Thank you for the kind $20 donation because your goal was cut off by the storms. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Because your goal was cut off by the storms.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It was. I kind of forgot about that.
Barack Ravid
Here, let me do
says,
this.
One of our viewers mentioned that.
Hold on. Can I create a poll now?
Axios is reporting U.S. strikes have started, U.S. official tells me. Okay. So reportedly now,
Axios usually gets their timetables right on this one.
New U.S. strikes on Iran. Report.
Bro, the storms were terrible. I lost power for 8 hours.
Strikes.
Yeah, we had really bad storms roll through here.
Begun. Now
I only lost power for about 20 minutes, collectively.
I need a second. Give me
that.
a second.
Shit, maybe 5. You know, it was pretty quick.
Because I need
Second one was, no, you know what? It was probably
update the headline.
close to 15. There we
So
go.
just
15
give me
minutes.
a moment. I need about a minute. And I'll
Have
get to
agenda
the
free.
updates. I need about a minute.
Okay, we'll give you your fucking
Just
minute there,
hang on.
Steve. Jesus. God, your bots will not hold you to account, man. Chill.
Thanks for your patience.
The bots
Just
will be
give
there
me a
when you
moment
do
here.
anything. Like even when you get to your air fryer, man. Like, goddamn. He bots. Like, he bots hard. And I say that with confidence.
I am just updating.
And if he doesn't,
description here.
then holy shit.
U.S. launches new strikes on Iran. And
Okay. Do we have breaking news here?
this. And let me just replace the thumbnail.
Breaking news.
And we'll be good to go.
Where
So,
is my breaking
reportedly, new U.S. strikes have begun on Iran. Thanks for bearing with me for a moment. I knew we might have to change the title and everything. Okay, where is this? New U.S. strikes on Iran. And then I'm going to change the picture over my shoulder.
Okay. I think I got this now.
Bear with me.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck you. I'm not going to bear with you. I'll keep you live, but let's get this.
Launch strikes on U.S. assets in the Middle East, including an American base in Jordan. This follows U.S. retaliation for the downing of an Apache helicopter.
Yeah, kind of makes sense, right?
Iran also targeting the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Video geolocated by CNN does appear to show a flash coming from the area of a U.S. naval facility there. Both Bahrain and Kuwait say they intercepted a number.
Fuck is with this music?
Ordering new strikes on Iranian bridges and power plants because negotiations have been so slow. And before that, on social media, he wrote of Iran, now they will have to pay the price. This follows a range of back and forth attacks between the U.S. and Iran overnight. Iran saying it launched strikes on U.S. targets in the Middle East, including a base in Jordan and the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Iran state media says U.S. strikes hit 2 reservoirs, cutting off drinking water to 20,000 people. CENTCOM has not yet responded to that. I want to get right to CNN's Elena Treen live at the White House with the president talking in a much different way this morning than he has.
Wait, her name is Latrine? Latrine? I can't say
absolutely,
latrine.
John. This is quite a sharp turn from what we had heard from President Donald
Anna
Trump.
Latrine?
Not even 48 hours ago when he had said early Tuesday morning that he believed a deal could be 2 to 3 days away.
I mean, it's
now,
not that, it's
of
not,
course,
I'm not
posting
far
online
off.
that he believes that Iran has taken too long to negotiate a deal, which he said would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price. Those are the words from President Trump this morning. I should note as well, he also spoke with Fox News,
and he
indicated that he was considering wider military action toward Iran, arguing that peace talks have continued to falter. Again, very different from what we've heard from the president. I note that over this entire ceasefire, which started back in April, the president at least 37 times has been trying to indicate that a deal is close. Now, of course, I think some questions around...
is it? It's always the deal's close. The deal's been close for how long?
Is this really...
So can we just... When do we...
Is the president being sincere when he says
it's
this?
not.
Did these strikes, the exchange of fire that we saw between Washington and Tehran yesterday, the U.S. saying they were defensive in nature in response to that downing of an Apache helicopter on Monday, has this really changed the president's mind about where talks are and whether or not a deal is actually possible? Or, of course, could this just be bluster from Trump trying to exert more leverage and pressure on the Iranians at a time when many officials, again, over the past couple of days have said they believed a framework deal was close? We have to wait and see. Now, I do want to share with you that when I spoke with a U.S. official yesterday about the U.S. retaliatory strikes in Iran, they had told me that really they were designed to be a warning shot. You heard from CENTCOM saying that the attacks would be proportional
Israel, and that they had came out and said yesterday that they were had finished. They had concluded after a series of those U.S. strikes and the exchange with Iran. A question, of course, though, is whether or not they have been contained enough that both the U.S. and the Iranians believe that diplomacy is still a viable option. Again, this is a very fragile time in the ceasefire, not just after these strikes, but after we saw over the weekend the fire exchange between Israel and Iran as well, really testing the willingness of all sides and their commitment to diplomacy. I will say we are hearing, though, some potential signs that diplomatic talks are still on the table. We know that there is a Qatari delegation right now in Tehran trying to bridge the gaps between these two sides. We'll have to see how this goes forward. But I think a big question, of course, is whether or not this is the president really trying to exert pressure at this time, or if he's sincere.
CNN's Fred Platner is in Tehran.
The way they gaslight the American public right now is insane.
Unfolding situation there. We must note, as ever, CNN operates in Iran only with the permission of the government, but maintains full editorial control of our reporting. Here's Fred.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps say that they launched powerful retaliatory strikes at U.S. military bases in the Middle Eastern region. The Iranians say that they launched aerial attacks against bases in Jordan, Kuwait, as well as the headquarters of the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, using drones but also powerful ballistic missiles. All this comes after the United States struck areas in the Persian Gulf. The Iranians are saying that that is a violation of their sovereignty, and they are also saying that it is a pretext that the U.S. is using. Now, all of this, of course, comes after a U.S. chopper was downed near the Strait of Hormuz, the United States saying that it was hit by an Iranian drone and that it holds Iran responsible for that. In the overnight hours, there were explosions that could be heard, according to sources, in places like Bandar Abbas, but also on an island near the Persian Gulf. The U.S. saying that it struck radar installations and surface-to-air missile batteries. But the Iranians are saying that a water desalination plant was also struck, knocking out drinking water in parts of that region. Now, of course, all of this comes as the situation in the Persian Gulf and specifically in the Strait of Hormuz remains extremely volatile, with the U.S. and Iran trading blows in that area over the past couple of days. But also, as Iran and the United States are still trying to find a way to reach a memorandum of understanding that would end the hostilities between the two countries and then pave the way for broader peace negotiations. Fred Platner, CNN, Tehran.
Joining me right now is CNN political and global affairs commentator Sabrina Singh and CNN global affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Guys, thanks for being here. Sabrina, let's start with this new warning from the president. What do you make of this social media posting now?
Well, what's interesting about the social media post is when CENTCOM launched the retaliatory strikes from the Apache that was shot down, they said it was proportional in nature. Now, this Truth Social post this morning could really change that. But I think the paradox here is that both sides do not want to go back to a full-scale war. So what you're seeing is Iran strike again, and the U.S., they're trading barbs back and forth. How long can this go on and continue? We don't know, but clearly the president is signaling today that he might be willing to engage in more kinetic action.
Yeah, I think the question is he saying what we've done now shows that's the price they've paid, or there's something now about to come?
That's right, and we don't know. Yeah. We don't have more information.
Yeah. Kim, what do you think of this?
They say so much of nothing.
I think it could be.
God, they just say so much, but nothing of substance.
The rhetorical flair from Trump that is just a typical example of what has stymied the negotiations. According to the New York Times and other outlets, they are making progress behind closed doors on everything from.
My cat is mad that my dog is in his bed. And this is the retaliation I'm getting.
Enrichment to
I swear to God,
suspending that for several years.
If I move, if Stanley moves, he'll be like, "Thank you."
Of Iranian sites, but the moment you have Trump either make a threat or reveal some of this progress in public, and then often take it further. Yeah, we don't want them to agree to 10 years. We want them to agree to 20 years without enrichment. And saying that publicly, that always makes progress behind closed doors that much more difficult, because then the Iranians feel like they have to publicly make a riposte to that just out of pride.
And let's talk about the back and forth retaliation here.
You have a bet.
Iran now says 20,000 Iranians have lost access to drinking water after 2 reservoirs were struck. Iran blames this on the United States. CNN has reached out to Central Command for comment on the strikes, but Trump has threatened to hit water treatment plants in Iran. He started saying that back in April. That faced backlash then.
Yeah, because it's a fucking, alleged war crime.
Because civilian infrastructure sites like water plants are banned as targets by international law.
Yeah.
If that's what the United States is now doing, and that's an if, CENTCOM has not responded yet.
I mean, I guess I'm playing the same game, but holy shit.
What do you make of that?
Well, under U.S.
Fucking
military
eggshell
law,
news
you
here.
can strike.
God, we're not,
this
dude.
kind
The
of a
death of
target
journalism came with the
according
Trump
to
administration.
proportionality,
I'm saying it now.
According to, did this particular water reservoir or these 2 reservoirs mostly?
I mean, we already knew that this was happening.
Military
now it's actually
facilities.
in
that
effect.
case, you could make a legal argument that they were okay to strike. But what we're hearing from Iran is these fed large civilian districts, and you have many Iranian military sites next to or co-located with civilian areas. So it is hard for me to understand
so adorable right now, but also
this
so
was
destructive.
Okay. Why not hit one of their drone factories or part of the military arm that's allowing them to continue with the war fighting? Because it takes decades to repair a water reservoir in a country that has struggled with drought. This is a real blow.
Yeah.
What questions does this raise for you in this moment?
I agree with Kim. I mean, right now, there could be a legal argument that CENTCOM could make, and that if this was, a water facility that was, assisting military facilities or military infrastructure in some way.
We're going to say that, but it wasn't.
There's a lot of questions here, and I think CENTCOM's statement yesterday said that they struck air defense targets and radars and ground control centers. So there is a bit of discrepancy. I mean, it would be nice if the Pentagon held briefings so we could ask some of these questions and get more clarification on why this desalination plant was hit. But this is going to have a big hit to the 20,000 people who depend on this water, and that is a catastrophic effect of this war. And of course, as we know, also here, the rising gas prices.
Lito. All right. This cat. Okay, now we'll go back to Steve. Get some updates on here.
That's better.
Okay. U.S. strikes on Iran have begun. Okay, so we can all agree ceasefire's done, right? And now peace talks are probably done too.
Iranian media Press TV says explosions heard in Bandar.
Do you understand how stupid they I say this a lot here, but they really treat everybody like they are just the dumbest children.
Abbas now. Bandar Abbas is near the
Steve is kind of part of that.
Strait of Hormuz.
I mean, Steve is actually one of the ones where it's just like, look at him.
Bandar Abbas, there's
See?
Keshem. Sirik is over here.
This is why we have to package it this way.
Like yesterday, mostly, well, so far I've heard of explosions in the area of or near the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay. Getting ready for Friday.
And again,
where he's going to announce that there's a peace deal, and then on Monday more strikes.
From
I want to sit here and chat with y'all.
From just north of Belfast, but hopefully you understand that we had to switch and cover this because these new strikes were just announced.
Can you stop? All right, that's it. Kitty arm gel. Kitty arm gel.
A village in Sirik has been targeted.
Okay, you are in a mood.
And
upstairs to your mother.
Kurgan Minab. Okay, I have 2 more updates about strikes going on. Two more updates right there from official Iranian state media, radio and television agency. IRIB News. Persian Gulf Central Broadcasting Agency at 0:45 this morning, a point
looks
in
like he's
Kurgan Minab was targeted by energy projectiles 5 times. And a village in Sirik,
5 times.
Hormozgan is
5 times they were penetrated. Get it?
Is in south of Iran on the coast well, it's a coastal province near the Strait of Hormuz, has also been targeted by enemy projectiles. That's from Iran state media IRIB.
Okay.
An American base in Jordan. This follows U.S. retaliation for the...
watch that.
And if you have any questions, please, let's go.
Mr. President, on Iran, you posted this morning about Iran, and you said that they've taken too long to get to a deal. I want to make sure I quote you correctly. You said that now they will have to pay the price. Yeah. What did you mean by that specifically?
Well, we're going to be attacking them very hard.
We'll be attacking them and attacking them very hard.
Presuming bombing?
Yeah, well, we are. Based on the helicopter, I guess we have the right.
God, I got to get the tired portion of his voice in now. We're going to be attacking them. We're attacking them very hard.
Incredible, actually an incredible machine. And first they said they didn't do it, then they admitted they did.
I mean,
it's sort of easy because we have.
I like doing the little bit like the added inflection just because it is kind of like the cartoon version of him.
We have the bomb.
We have the bomb.
Got very lucky.
We have to bomb them. They didn't listen to us, so we have to bomb them. Make our point and tell them that they have to make peace or else.
Lodged in the helicopter, it didn't explode. It was on fire, but it didn't explode. Those two guys, they knew how to fly, but they got very lucky. And then we had the unmanned boat going very, very fast at speeds that you wouldn't want to go.
For fuck's sake.
That's why it's unmanned, I guess, because nobody can go in it. But they rescued, so the both
oh my God, he's such a dumbass.
Okay. No, look, I've been...
The robot boat, we set the robot boat going very fast. Faster than you would want to go.
Working...
It was a robot boat.
With Iran for a number of months.
Damn it.
And they should sign their deal. It's a good deal. It doesn't give them the right to have a nuclear weapon. In fact, it totally prohibits them from ever having a nuclear weapon. And it was just tap, tap, tap. I don't know what they're doing. So they then shot at our helicopter. Very expensive helicopter, by the way.
Jesus Christ.
But much more importantly, the two.
His brain is pudding. This old man's brain is pudding. You can paint all the orange makeup on him. You can dye his hair. But his brain is just mush.
Unfortunately, they're okay. But an amazing rescue. If you ever get a clip, you won't believe the rescue, how cool it was. The equipment we have. Look, we have the strongest military in the world. And I gave them a break at the request of Pakistan. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister of Pakistan are great. We stopped them from going to war with India. You would have had a nuclear war if it wasn't for me. But they became friendly to me, very friendly, and they're close to Iran, and they work.
F Trump, fuck yeah.
And they still are working on trying them to do what's right. But
beggars bums.
We want a deal that's meaningful. We want a deal that works.
Welcome to the stream.
Just have a Barack
Hit that sub button.
Obama
You are in a good
deal,
place. Ooh, Trump.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a
Trump
path
sucks.
to a nuclear. It's the exact opposite.
We agree.
Like on television, they say, "Oh, they should have kept that deal."
I'm making fun of him. Oh, sir, we just made the hardest strike the best strike.
Over.
Harder, faster, stronger.
It was a short-term deal. That
Teddy,
deal
thank you
was
for
a
the
path
jewels.
to a
Appreciate that.
nuclear
We
weapon.
cooked. I mean, listen to this guy talk. Yeah, we're fucking cooked.
This is a path against a nuclear. You can't have a nuclear weapon.
This guy's in charge, and he's so dumb.
His was a
He's
path
so
to a nuclear
dumb.
weapon.
He's just so dumb.
They were developing during
It's painful.
his administration nuclear weapon.
He literally talks like a toddler.
If they had a nuclear weapon,
If they had a nuclear weapon, then they would probably hit us. And then I had to say that, no, I'm going to hit them first. I'm going to hit them first because then they can't hit us. That's what, you know what? I told them that we had to show them. We had to show them, yeah.
no Israel, there'd be no Middle East, and they would have
Can I have some pudding?
absolutely shot at us. So
I need a binky and a juice box.
we'll see what happens. But we
Fucking Jesus Christ.
hard yesterday.
Someone take Grandpa and just fucking take him to bed. Just
We're going to hit him again hard today.
oh my God. Can you follow with the pillow, please?
And
make sure his head is comfy is what I mean.
With the deal, we were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers because you know what? They dealt with some very stupid presidents, I have to say, and I'm embarrassed to say it. Some very stupid people were sitting here. Yeah.
Be sure to.
Well, Joe Biden, I wouldn't call him, he was a pain in the ass, old. It made some, I'm not going to just straight up call him stupid. You're stupid. What? Like, goddamn, Trump is stupid. Like, he is, I'm not even
Me added 172,000 jobs in May.
We will talk about this in a moment. I had another war update here. Where the fuck did you go? Where the fuck did you go? Sorry, guys. Give me one moment. Refresh everything, and it looks like this is not good. Okay, that's not. Never mind. Hold on. Here, let's do an intermission. Just All right, guys, we're doing a reset for the next story here. But for some reason, when my power went out, it froze this one specifically, and it's not letting me back into the video. Here, you know what? I'm going to just reload YouTube. Give me a second. Okay. Refresh. Okay, now this should work. Got it. All right. Woo! I'm so good at this. Just, I'm the IT guy. I turned it off, and I turned it back on. And now it works. Rubio 2028. I like how you guys already moved on from Vance. That's kind of funny. No more Trump 2028. No more Vance 2028. Now you're just like, yeah, we'll give another Republican a chance. That's how the public works. They're very forgiving. People are very forgiving about when you tank the economy specifically to go to war. History has proven so. All right, here we go. Oh, God. You know what this means. We have Emily and... Just pay attention to her shirt. I'm just going to say that much. I noticed this the last time she was on, and you would think, hey, I don't know.
All right, good morning and welcome.
It's
Welcome to Breaking Points. Emily, we have an incredible show today in the sense that you're not going to believe about half of what we're going to tell you, and that's because you're sensible. And you probably shouldn't, but we're going to tell you what people are claiming is going on between Iran, Israel, and the United States anyway.
And when you say people, you mean the President of the United States, who just called Fox News. We're juggling some breaking news here right now. This morning, he just called into Fox News as we are recording this. So we're going to bring you the audio of what Fox News, the video of what Fox News says the President conveyed about the downed Apache helicopter on Monday night. He's also been posting all morning on Truth Social about Iran. So we have tons of updates to get to in the Middle East. We're going to have CPI numbers, so inflation numbers coming out this morning. There's a lot to talk about, especially as the stock market took a real hit yesterday, Ryan. It was pretty interesting to watch that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be much better today.
Likely not.
I think reality may be finally catching up. We've got election results. South Carolina Governor Nancy Mace will tell you how she did. Graham Platner will tell you how he did. Janet Mills and Nancy Mace. Who did better out of the two of them? I think Mills was at like 19%. What did Mace come in at?
It's a good question, but it's also sort of where's the bar, right? Like Janet Mills is the sitting governor of the state. Nancy Mace is Nancy Mace.
We're going to look at a really crazy story that has not gotten the attention that it deserved, and that is the Ukrainian effort to assassinate Vladimir Putin at the end of last year. And we're going to go through the evidence that has been presented as to whether or not that happened, and which includes apparently Zelensky just kind of admitting it recently, and talk about what the potential implications for that could be when it comes to nuclear war.
And as this war is, the war in Ukraine not getting as much attention since Epic Fury started, but that war is in an incredibly intense period right now as well. So super important story to get to.
Yeah, and we'll also be joined toward the back end of the show by Jane Kim, This is an attempt to rectify our East Coast chauvinism. Big, important things happen all the time on the West Coast.
We got Randy Villegas.
Yes, we're going to talk about Randy Villegas. He won. We're going to talk about May Vang. She won. But Jane Kim, on a Insurance for All platform, won the California insurance race with the backing of Bernie Sanders. It is not often that a statewide candidate wins on a populist message without corporate support in California. And so we're going to ask her how the heck she did that and what she's going to do with this very important but overlooked position that she'll have in California state government. And then friend of the show, Juan David Rojas, is going to be on to talk about a president that actually does seem to be doing stuff for the people that have elected her. That's Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico.
You're such a Sheinbaum fanboy.
We are here, right?
We've generally been pro Sheinbaum here.
Yes.
But
she's Mexico first. I mean, what can you not love?
Truly Mexico first. World Cup, obviously, beginning with games in Mexico on Thursday. And Pete Hegseth is in Guantanamo today. So Juan David Rojas is he covers all of that very closely. So we have a lot of questions to get to with him. Speaking of questions, Ryan, so many questions raised by President Donald Trump's interview with Fox News this morning. He apparently called Trey Yingst, and Trey Yingst reported live on Fox what he heard from the president about that downed Apache helicopter on Monday. Let's take a listen.
I want to start with a story the president told me, new details about the downing of this U.S. Army Apache helicopter. President Trump tells Fox News that the Iranian drone lodged in between the two pilots in this helicopter. They were flying very low. And at that point, the drone didn't explode as it had intended to. And so these pilots were trying to take down the helicopter with the drone lodged into this gunship without it exploding. And at any moment, it could have exploded, the president told me. And he said it was on fire. There was a lot of heat inside the cockpit of this helicopter. And ultimately, these two pilots were able to take it down into the sea, where ultimately they were rescued for the first time in U.S. military history by an unmanned sea drone. Now, President Trump also talked about the U.S. strikes last night against Iranian radar systems.
It was a robot boat.
And air defense sites. He said the Iranians had tried to rebuild during the ceasefire their defensive capabilities, but they were unable to stop these U.S. strikes overnight, and they were hammered by U.S. fighter jets. Now, interestingly, President Trump told me that he is getting close to ordering new
He's a Shapiro spawn. Yeah. I mean, I have it on 1.25 though.
Iranian power plants.
So if they have it on 1.25 too,
bridges.
I mean, I
and so
doubt
another
it,
friend
though.
of the show,
They really don't do that on
posted
Breaking
on
Points.
Twitter in response to this. Trump has just announced on Fox News the death sentence of the Saudi, Qatari, Bahraini, UAE, and Kuwaiti regimes, as well as the global economy.
Yep.
So to back up, when this Apache helicopter first went down, it was reported as.
That's what a lot of people overseas were saying too. They were just like, Saudi Arabia is fucking panicking.
Then it was reported that it was hit by a Shahed drone.
Guys, this isn't good
people were like,
for
that's
us.
very odd, because
like, if you're an American and you're already struggling, fuck
these things,
me, man.
like, you'd have to be drunk or asleep to get hit by one. Like, how does this happen? Like, these are not designed to hit Apache helicopters.
Yeah.
Now, maybe there's just so many Apache helicopters and so many Shahed drones flying over the Strait of Hormuz that one of them accidentally collided. Then other people said, well, maybe it was one of these loitering missiles that Iran has that operate similar to drones that are intended to hit aircraft like that. Or it just went down, or none of this ever happened. Like, they're all,
you see the sign
of these different ideas. And then Trump started to say,
no loitering.
Well, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. Like, maybe it was an accident. And it looked like he was trying to find a way out. Instead, we went all the way with this claim from Trump.
Yeah, we didn't have
that
a lot
the drone is lodged in between the two guys.
We didn't have a lot of information for the last couple of days until this bit of information on Fox News.
Can we call it information?
I don't know what we have to call this. I don't know what we call this.
It's a collection of words coming from the President of the United States.
So we did know, part of the information we did have is that the pilots were apparently safe. And we don't know how that happened, but now we're told they were rescued for the first time in American history, I believe Yingst said, by a sea drone,
autonomous
according
sea drone.
to the president.
So this is like some rescue boat that's drone powered that went out. And so according to this, they safely landed the helicopter.
Right, because you can't eject from this Apache. So you have to land in the water.
There are blades, as far as I understand.
Yes, yes.
That would complicate the ejection of it.
Yes, that would be a tough one. So you have to land it either on the land or in the water, and they were able to land in the water, and you got the autonomous sea drones coming for you.
So they land it in the water. The drone has not blown up yet, but it's on fire. Okay. Then they both get out of the Apache, assuming, I guess, different doors, because there's a drone in between them, according to Trump. The drone smashed through the window and is sitting between them. Also, these Shahed drones are massive. Like, these are not the Hezbollah FPV drones. These are not the ones that you got for Christmas and took to the park and used one time.
Don't get Ryan a drone for Christmas. That's what I just took
my
from
son. These things are huge. So how a Shahed drone, a huge Shahed drone, landed in between the pilots. Has Trump ever seen one?
I know it's our
I don't know if he would tell this story if he had seen one.
I know it's our job, but at this point, I
even if he
don't think
has,
it's
I
even
think
makes
that
sense
he
for us to
won't
try and
remember
piece
it.
the logic together of the story.
And the sad part is, I'm not even just trying to be like a fucking leftist prick about this, or like a left-wing prick, the way that they would say.
Show up a picture, like a scaled picture of a
liberal
Shahed
prick,
drone compared to an Apache, actually. Like, they're huge. Anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Okay, so let's put up A00. Trump has launched a wave after wave of strikes on Iran. Iran has responded, and now we're supposed to be getting more. But so here's what Trump had said after he launched several waves of these attacks. Iran's military.
Still can't believe America can't beat Iran.
Iran's military is a complete and total mess.
I can.
How's your Trump?
Again, dude, why is this a surprise to so many people? We were at war for over fucking 20 years, and we kind of conceded on that one, where we just went, you know what? We ain't really going to get much out of this. This is why it's the same shit that was during the Bush administration. This is just so they can reward the defense contractors. The only difference is this time you had different types of oligarchs get in on it. You had the AI industry, and then on top of it, you have the family of the president enriching themselves with all of this. Insider trading is rampant. Like, dude, we are living through the most corrupt period in all of politics, and you somehow, some way, still have I think it's still over 30% of the country just going like, yeah.
Avian Air Force doesn't even exist anymore. They have been completely defeated. Iran is
nuts.
All talk and no action. The bully of the Middle East is dead. They've taken too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price.
Your commitment waned about midway through reading the truth.
But Trump is like starting to actually bore me.
Yeah, it's
even with all this spectacle.
Yeah.
Because under normal circumstances, him saying what he said this morning, and even to say that they will have to pay the price, obviously it's huge news. It is still what we're leading the show with because it's huge news, but he's done this so many times that what it actually means remains in question. Unusual for the President of the United States to speak with such strong language historically and us be at an impasse for what actually is happening right now.
Yeah, and he even went back to a new, like his all praise be to Allah. He posted this morning, where is the all praise be to Allah? I'm not finding it, but he did another one. He's on a complete and total rampage on Truth Social.
He's posting about Joe Scarborough.
And he did it. He did his praise be to Allah, which is
he's boomer posting.
Which is to try to put some rationality to it. I think when he does his praise be to Allah nonsense, he's trying to say, I'm crazy. He's trying to do the Nixon, like I'm so crazy. That you better make a deal with me because I'm so crazy. I'm just throwing out random praise be to Allahs.
But do you think it's a concerted effort, or do you think it is just crazy?
I think it's concerted. I think it's him trying to.
But not to be meta, that's kind of crazy in and of itself.
Yeah, I don't think it'll work. It's silly.
Trying to be that crazy and sounding that crazy because we're trying to be that crazy, I think reflects a genuine crazy.
Yes, so that in that sense, yes, it's
it's kind of refreshing in a way.
So Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi posted, and we put this next element. This was his response to the Apache going down. He said, foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk on account of their own human errors, plane accidents, or potentially being caught in crossfire. To reduce risk, best solution is for them to leave. We prefer language of diplomacy, but speak other languages too. And so here he's being a tough guy, but also leaving kind of an opening for Trump at this point to say, okay, this was an accident. And what he's saying is like, if you don't like these accidents, if you don't want your Apache helicopters crashing into drones and landing in the Strait of Hormuz and then getting picked up by an autonomous sea drone, then don't have your Apache helicopters flying over the Sea of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz. Like, leave, go somewhere else. Which there's actually no flaws in that logic. Like, if you don't have your helicopters in Iran, they won't be crashing. They won't be crashing in Iran.
So the question for Trump is obviously what it has been. How much longer is it worth the Strait of Hormuz being closed?
Well,
do you escalate or do you de-escalate and look like you're taking an L, something worse than the JCPOA, risk everybody covering it as being worse than the JCPOA, risk Mark Levin breaking off your beautiful budding friendship?
Well, why aren't we also talking about like the gas reserves and all that?
That's where he finds himself to the point that you're making about, well, if there are no Apache helicopters in the Strait of Hormuz, then you
weird how that just like is starting to disappear from the
part of what Trump has been trying to avoid is exactly escalatory potential like this.
If we know how it's going to impact us,
what would have come from this week, the week ahead, would be very different. Of course, it would be very different. It sounds like, according to the president's story, that was a rather close call, according to the president's story, we should say.
Although, as Morandi is pointing out, Trump, and as Professor Pape always points out, Trump is not actually totally in control of this. Like, he keeps wanting to toggle up and down and back and forth the level of hostility here, but he also doesn't have the ability to control what's going on. And so, as Marandi is saying, Iran is planning a massive regional retaliation for what happened overnight now.
Yes,
on the point of the naval blockade, and I found this, I can send this to Mac, Trump says, the fake news media refuses to report how effective the U.S. naval blockade is, the most successful blockade in the history of naval warfare. Nothing gets through unless we want it to. It is a steel wall.
Enjoy
Iran is doing
$6 a
zero
gallon.
business, not paying their military or any of their bills, and quickly becoming a failed nation. Lots of oil is getting out. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. And so that's him, again, celebrating his successes, and then adding in a little twist of crazy. And so the attacks themselves. Actually, you want to talk about A1 while I send this to Mac?
Well, yeah, so actually, we're starting with breaking news this morning on the president's comments, but of course, what we'd planned to start with is the strikes yesterday. So we can put A1 up on the screen. This is from CENTCOM, posted at 5 p.m. last night. U.S. Central Command Forces
Every time it says CENTCOM, I'm just like, so Pete Hegseth.
Self-defense strikes against Iran at 5 p.m. Eastern today at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. No, quote, self-defense strikes, the language there. In response, CENTCOM went on to say, to yesterday's downing of a U.S. Army Apache helicopter, the mission is a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. And Ryan, that language in the last sentence, you've covered this much closer than I have over the years. That's unusual language from CENTCOM, is it not? To say this is a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. It's it sort of reeks of desperation. You're in announcing the strikes. You are, as CENTCOM, not the president, not a political group, but CENTCOM telling you that it is
all clear on the weather front.
Proportional in response to unjustified attacks.
Right. Right. It's flowing directly from Trump, where Trump is trying to say, I'm going to hit you. A shot had lodged in between my pilots, and so I'm going to hit you back, but you shouldn't retaliate significantly. You can do a little bit, go hit Kuwait a little bit, but let's all move on and get back to the deal. Get back to the deal making. In fact, we have reports that the Qatari negotiators are like on their way right now to Islamabad, and maybe we'll get a deal today. Like, who knows? But Trump is trying. He's trying desperately to be the madman, but also remain in control.
I mean,
but he didn't stop.
Listen, if it actually happens where they do these strikes and then all of a sudden there's peace.
Up with that, first wave of attacks, we can put up A1 on. They then launched overnight a second and third wave.
I'm going to just say this much at that point, the entire news agent, like every fucking person that is involved in breaking news, should feel like a real ass.
Attacks on the Jask port,
including myself, where it's just like
fresh explosion sounds also reported. In Syric.
I was just going with like, patterns and everything.
That were there. And Iraqi news sources reported large numbers of U.S. fighter jets flying over Iraq near the Iranian border. Then a third wave of strikes went through near Bandar Abbas, Keshem Island. So hitting
it's nothing worse than realizing you left your lighter.
Western, southern, and even central Iran, and hitting appear to hit Tehran as well. We put up A2. In Syric, it was reported that two residential water reservoirs. I'm going to go out on a limb and say there's going to be no peace deal. You also had in another region of Iran water tanks hit, as we just mentioned. So minimum tens of thousands of people affected by this. It is a war crime of the highest order to hit water infrastructure for obvious reasons. Anybody who is smart enough to have been able to click play on this understands why that is. And so if you put up A3, Iran began retaliating by hitting. So this is so strange. Like, what are they doing? They're hitting military targets. I thought you're supposed to hit the water reservoirs. But strangely, Iran decides to attack the U.S. Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain and on other bases across the region. You had attacks reported in Kuwait as well. The Iranian Armed Forces released in their statement. Multiple U.S. bases in the region were struck by Iranian Army and IRGC forces. Quote, if the
this is weird to say, but I remember like during the Bush administration when they would not just report on like these strikes, but they would give us like up to the minute updates on casualties.
Criminal Army repeats its aggression against the Islamic
Republic. Not sure if that was to fit a narrative or if that was just because there was rules about that.
Massive and wider strikes will be carried out against designated targets across the region. That's kind of where we are with Trump threatening further attacks. We can we can put up A5B, actually, Trump threatening further attacks, and then the Iranians saying if they continue, like, we're prepared to expand this war. Trump says, he tells ABC, quote, somebody's going to have to build all that infrastructure, new bridges, new this, new that, new power plants. They're talking about $1 trillion as Iran, probably more. That's why we'll probably get involved in rebuilding, but we'll get half their oil.
Yep.
Okay. So we're going to get half their oil, and then we're going to rebuild their country.
Yep.
First, we're going to destroy it.
Well, Trump's friends are going to rebuild
we have to destroy it and then rebuild it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I bet all the contracts are somehow, his buddies and his, somehow tied to his family.
Just can't see the wisdom of this. We can put up A6.
What's wrong with you guys?
Come on. What's wrong? Yes. Trump approval stays near record low as Americans expect higher gas prices. And gas prices have been ticking down a little bit the last
they have been.
Few days, maybe weeks, slightly under 40. What? It's, I think people are bracing for much worse to come.
Yeah.
We have been.
Well, yeah, because we keep getting like updates from
the strategic reserve.
ExxonMobil themselves telling us that they're running out of gas
and drawing down inventories in order to keep prices as low as possible. We can put up A6B just to try to stave off the very worst of this. This is from Dropsite as well. U.S. crude inventories fell sharply last week for a combined draw of about 17 million barrels.
Yeah, this is where I don't understand it. How are gas prices going down when this is happening?
American Petroleum Institute data. Commercial crude drew down 9.1 barrels, while the Trump administration released another 7.9 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This is way ahead of the estimates that the oil analysts have been expecting the drawdown to go much slower the last couple weeks, and we're drawing down much faster than they expected. You guys can kind of be the judge of whether or not you think that's a good thing or not.
Well, and one thing I wanted to highlight from this Reuters poll, the Reuters write-up of a poll, this is a sentence that Trump dreads. Americans are now more dissatisfied with Trump's performance on the issue of cost of living than they were of his Democratic predecessor in office, Joe Biden, who closed out his term with 29% approval on the cost of living.
He can say whatever he wants to, but
disapproval.
Trump's under that?
Trump is at 35% of respondents saying they approve of Trump's performance in the White House overall. Now let's go back to cost of living in particular. Let's see where it is here. 22.
The arguments that I have with a few of like the still Trumpers in my life, even they can't deny how expensive everything is, and they've stopped wanting to fight about that. Now they just keep saying the same buzzline about just like, well, aren't you happy that we're safer? You want us to, we had to do this to maintain our safety.
2% of Americans approve how Trump is managing the cost of living for U.S. households compared to 70% disapproval. So again, Biden was at 29% and 63% disapproval. We're not even in margin of error territory. That's a resounding victory for Biden.
The people yearn for Bidenomics.
Yeah, they
given a dose of Trump's.
I think we're still getting a little Bidenomics here, to be honest.
I remember when we were getting
which part of the Bidenomics are we getting?
I think we still have some inflation from overheated COVID spending, and I think probably some greedflation too. And I think actually what we're probably seeing now,
it's mostly greedflation
when prices went up after epic fury.
Right. I don't know if that's Bidenomics. Well, none of that is Bidenomics. Well, because the spending was both split between Trump and Biden.
Yeah, but the two bills that Biden passed were heavy spenders.
That's true, but Trump completely slashed the second one. So Inflation Reduction Act, all of that spending was completely withdrawn.
The green energy spending.
Which was most of it. That was the bulk of it.
There was a lot of spending still, though.
No. I'm going with the war.
It's clearly the war. To be fair, it's clearly the war. But all I was saying is that there's still some inflation from Biden spending. Although actually, we'll have inflation
every once
data
in a while you just get reminded, and you're like, oh yeah, Emily.
When Biden left office, inflation was lower than it is now. So Trump gets elected, again, we're going to talk about this in a second, but just to round this all out, Trump gets elected on a promise to bring down inflation. Well, it had been going down at a rate until the war that was now lower than what it is post-war. So there's no question that it is primarily the war. But Ryan and I just debated a stupid little clip that I made. So you get a little extra in this block.
There you go. All right, let's move on to prices.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment
prices below. Because this is very important. Oh, geez. This was not the story that I wanted to bring up. God damn it. Fucking. Oh, here it is.
the much awaited CPI inflation number just dropped. We have it for you here. We can put the new element up on the screen. Inflation, according to CNBC, accelerated in May as rising energy costs contributed to pain for consumers, though underlying pressures were less intense. The Consumer Price Index, which, as CNBC is describing here, is a broad gauge of goods and services costs across the U.S. economy, rose at a seasonally adjusted 0.5% for the month, putting the annual inflation rate at 4.2%, according to the BLS report that was released this morning. Both numbers were in line with the Dow Jones consensus. CNBC adds, inflation climbed above 4% for the first time in 3 years. Where does that put us? Right back in the pandemic era, Ryan, and CNBC says the increase met expectations amid concerns over how much the surge in energy prices would impact the economy. The level was the highest since April 2023 and above the 3.8% level from April.
I just can't put into words the depth of my hatred for Trump at this point.
Yep.
Like he did this 150% on his own. Like he inherited an economy that was improving.
Thank you. Fucking A.
Absolutely.
This was what I love about fucking
inflation that was
Ryan Grimm and just in general. And this is what I've been expecting from some of our newscasters is that just saying it, just being like, I hate this fucking guy. This guy is such an asshole. He's making everything so much worse for the average fucking American. And then we have the other side of this where the mainstream media is telling us, no, everything's fine. Everything's fine. You know, everything he's doing has a plan. And, you know, maybe you're just judging him a little too harshly. And then you have the other side of it where it's just like they just report it like a fucking robot.
Coming down.
That was refreshing for him to just say, you know what, the depths of my hatred for this motherfucker.
Interest rates
to say
were
that
coming
last
down.
part,
Mortgage rates were coming down.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Stock market doing well. Stock market's still doing well. It won't be great today, probably. And he just did this for no reason.
Yep.
For Netanyahu, whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
future's sliding as we speak.
And so the Times write-up of this has some other, like, it's bad. The top line is bad. You go second, third line, fourth line. They're all bad. They finish their kind of blog post update. The main factor keeping a lid on prices, so it would be much worse. Consumers who have by now spent their tax refunds and have lately seen smaller increases in their paychecks. So just to explain what they mean by that. The main thing keeping prices down
that at all
from where they would otherwise be is that you don't have any money.
Mm-hmm.
And because you don't have any money, you can't pay these high prices. So businesses can't charge the prices that they need or want to keep up with the pressures that they're under. So a bunch of them are just going to go under. Some of them won't be able to do their greedflation as much as they would like to otherwise. But this is what's known in economics as, quote, demand destruction. By saying one way to keep inflation down is to make sure that there are more poor people. And because if there's more poor people, there's fewer people in line at the shop, fewer people in line at the shop, shopkeeper can't raise their prices as much as they want.
So when Trump took office, CPI was at 3%.
That's kind of funny.
So
it's
January
just like, wait a minute, if we raise prices, then we won't sell our stuff anymore.
It jumped a little bit after, quote, Liberation Day, but really only back up to 2.7.
We've all had that thought where we're just like, we're in even a small business where you're just looking at this guy like, you guys deserve to go out of business.
9%. January 2026, CPI is at 2.4%. 2.4%.
And what happened in February? What did Trump do in February?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He bombed Iran.
Yep. 2.4% in February 2026. January 2026. By March, it's climbing to 3.3. Right now, 4.2. As a reminder, 3% is where it was when President Trump took office in January of 2025. This is, as CNBC noted, the highest since April of 2023, which is right as we were coming down from the pandemic high in June of 2022. CPI was at 9.1%. So climbing back up. But actually, if you go historically, without the pandemic, the CPI hasn't been at 4.2%, again, excluding the pandemic, for a very, very long time. I'm going back here to post-recession. It's looking like, middle of the recession, we got up to 5%. June 2008.
The other thing that the report makes clear is that Trump's other policy, which is to just flood money to AI, is also driving up prices all over the place in the obvious way, driving up your utility bills, your electric bill.
Dude, everything's worse. Everything is worse under this guy. Everything.
But also, for decades, what we've experienced as consumers is the cost of technology going down. You know, TVs come out, like, wow, that's cool. I can't afford it. I'll wait a year or two until the price of that comes way down. That's been what's going on. But because the AI build out is putting such pressure on chips, the price of the chips that underline all of these consumer products is going way up. And so now, according to this report, you're seeing that one thing we'd kind of come to say, all right, everything sucks. Like, and this is what you hear from like the Matt Iglesias of the world, that yes, okay, a lot of things are bad, but you've got like a 55-inch TV and you didn't pay much for it. Isn't that cool? Even that is going away.
Yeah.
Because the price of the chips inside that 55-inch TV are driving up the price of that TV.
Yeah. So TVs are going back to like fucking over $1,000 again.
Even the little treats they give you to try to compensate for the collapse of everything else, those are going up.
Yeah, and let's put up on the screen the Apple dip yesterday. This is going to be B2. So Apple reveals, actually an Anthropic revealed Fable yesterday. Apple reveals its new Siri AI, also much awaited. And Apple shares were sliding, according to CNBC yesterday. It's sort of a
most
dud,
people are also
felt
over
like, but
this
it was
shit.
a reminder, Ryan, that some 30% of the S&P 500 is based on Mag 7 stocks. And we've had Rohit Chopra on to talk about this, former head of the CFPB. This is a really shaky economy. And to this question of the Trump administration's accelerationism on AI, I was at a pen and pad with Senator Rick Scott earlier this week. And he was expressing, if people were asking him about AI, he was wearing a pin on his lapel that said jobs. So he was getting asked questions by the other journalists.
One of my neighbors just posted that a tree fell down like a few houses down from us.
In the room about if he's worried on that AI will cause a huge wipeout of jobs. He said he thinks that's all kind of alarmist, and that technology always
look at Stan, he's running in his sleep.
Creates jobs, it all comes out in the wash, that sort of thing. And so I then asked him, aren't we in a trap then? So if this is such a huge part of the market that's predicated on
everybody saw it,
basically promised to take out 50% of white-collar jobs in the next several years. Are we either in for mass layoffs or a stock market crash? And he said, quote unquote, there's no logic to the explosion in AI stocks. So I said, is Trump putting us further into the bubble? He said, quote, I think the difference is probably I wouldn't be talking about it. In my life, I can talk about jobs, right? I can talk about schools and talk about something I can measure. The fact that the market's trading at all-time highs, I'm going to say, man, I'm not doing that. It did not make me feel any better whatsoever about the state of the economy. He goes, I ran a public company. Your stock is tied to what people think it's worth, not necessarily what it's worth. Now, as an investor, I can put a value on it until comfortable over a period of time. I can make money. I'm not buying something at 50 times earnings.
Smaller streamers, so just so you guys know, it does actually help all the bigger streamers too. So just make this a part of your diet. Like hit that like button, subscribe to their channels. Like
really keep growing at 50 times earnings. Not many.
YouTube
so SpaceX
really
is going
the
to be
last
worth
bastion
1.8 trillion, right? I think the revenues are like
free thought, but we don't know for how much longer.
And we could get into that, but
and who is this again?
Rick Scott.
Rick Scott.
Senator Rick Scott, who's been bringing in some of these tech giants
Rick Scott,
to talk
the
to
one
Republican
that
senators
stole
and get
money
them
from Medicaid,
to ask questions back and forth with one another. So
that
has
Rick
been
Scott.
studying
Allegedly.
the issue, we'll say.
And so while energy prices are surging, I wanted to highlight one thing.
You predict martial law within the USA very soon, within 3 years. I would doubt it.
This morning from the
I wouldn't
Solar
doubt
Energy
it. I would actually say around the election
Industries Association, which is the
I could be wrong about that.
That represents the solar industry. As you know,
I
Biden
hope I'm
put
wrong about that.
Tons of money into the clean energy market, kickstarted that thing. Trump ripped it all out, saying no,
he ripped it away.
He doesn't like clean
Federal
energy.
subsidies are no longer there.
He likes the dirty stuff. That's America's future is in oil and gas, and that is
which is
going to be our critical advantage against these other countries.
We're talking
like
about the
China
fucking
that are run
ozone
by
layer again, like it's the 90s. Like, are we kidding? What are we doing?
Dummies who have been fooled by this clean energy thing. So ripped away all of the subsidies. So it's a straight up just market question of how much what is the utility, what is a residential home, what does a company want to do when it comes to building out energy. So let's see if the dummies were right or wrong.
Who, Ryan? No, Ryan, I have a feeling he would surprise you with a rip.
Well, we do see indeed a 27% decline year over year in installation of solar, and a 42% decline compared with Q4 of 2025. Okay, so solar installation is going down. But what do we see? 91% of
you're talking about Sagar.
Electricity generating capacity added in the first quarter was solar.
That's crazy.
So people are getting what I'm saying here, right?
Yeah.
So they stripped away all the subsidies. They succeeded in harming the industry such that we are installing much less solar than we would be otherwise, and that we were when there were credits and other
Which,
incentives.
these capitalist fucks still could have taken advantage of, because technically it helped them in the long run, but whatever.
Do it.
But now we're a drain on the grid, so we have to suffer.
Yet,
we're the drain on the grid.
We're still not doing anything but solar, because solar is cheaper.
And none of these fucking, if you're gonna have a data center, then they need to have their own fucking on-site solar panels to provide, energy, to kind of offset the costs.
And
I cannot fathom how any American could listen to the idea that we need to subsidize the cost for these AI data centers.
No.
And it's literally in their backyards, and then polluting their water. It's polluting their air.
What part of...
what in the fuck as a country are we doing? I don't like being proven right that we have one of the dumbest fucking countries on the planet.
Trump doesn't understand.
It's insane how dumb and ignorant we are.
This is the first quarter, by the way, which you read the numbers off. Inflation was low. We were not at war with Iran. We entered war with Iran in the final month of the first quarter. But for most of it, we were
your
not.
Your generation ruined America. Get fucked.
At war with Iran. We had not destroyed the fossil fuel industry. So even then, 91% of new electricity was solar. And that's solar and battery storage. So it's not just solar, but the battery storage is related either to wind or solar, effectively. And so I would imagine that the second quarter is going to see 98%. Who out there is you know what we need to do? We need to invest deeply in building out our fossil fuel infrastructure at this point. So,
where'd he go?
Great job, Trump.
Crazy.
Bang up job.
I'm not like Hassan. I don't make my dog just stay around to be on the camera, man.
Great. I mean, that's...
And also, I think that Kai, you would think that Kai is out of the whole destroying things. He just goes around.
Talking about that.
Does
Super
whatever.
Interesting.
Oh, I ran into this solar person at the event.
I was going to ask
you last night.
The funny part is, I swear to God, and I'm not even just trying. Yes,
someone was like,
"Hey,
you
support
should
the show," but when he hears the super chat sound,
indeed, Ryan looked into it.
Emily and I were supposed to meet up at a right-wing Substack event last night.
It was not right-wing. No, it wasn't. We determined this. We were fighting.
I assumed it was
over
right-wing because they didn't invite me. I just crashed.
And I was like, you can have Thomas Paine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but your job site crew was there, and I know I assumed it was right-wing too. But it was not.
Anyway,
anywhere you see a founding father impersonator, you usually say, "Oh, this has got to be right-wing." But it was kind of like a Georgetown set. Unusual scene for us. Yeah. Nonetheless.
Met Jacob from TMZ. That was very cool.
Love that. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous.
But also met the solar person who I'd known before, but she's like, hey, we have this report coming out tonight if you want to see it.
Hey, that's cool. I mean, I found the $200,000 stolen Legos. Okay, well, we're going to watch this a little bit later. This is going to be part of the fun half. All right, let's get an update from Steve.
Persian Gulf airspace and the IRGC's air defense system firing a missile at it. The invading fighter jet fled. I don't know if that's true.
Okay. So they're saying a jet invaded the airspace and then took the fuck off. Okay. I still think you should talk about it's the one time you felt authentic and this shit was boring as hell. Oh. Are you talking about just fucking, yeah, turn-based? Oh, okay. Yeah, I could talk about whatever the fuck. It is boring as hell. You're right. This is boring. Fuck it. I'm bailing on that. Fuck you, Steve. Here, let me.
Top story.
Yeah. We'll talk about the Epstein stuff here in a minute. There's a surprise Epstein story coming out that apparently is going to get everybody's attention again. I think they really are just like, because I feel it. I'm starting to feel the thing where it's just like, oh, God, here we go with the Epstein stuff again, because, you know, it's been effective. Like, I'm getting burnt out on that because it really, it's so disheartening that nothing happened. Like, nothing happened. Fucking insane. All right, here we go. This is the video I wanted to play.
The United States economy added 172,000 jobs in May. That was more than double what economists expected. The unemployment rate held steady at 4.3%.
This is good, right?
Previous months were revised upward by over 90,000 positions. By every traditional measure, it was a strong jobs report, the kind of number that in a normal economic environment would send markets higher and make a president's communications team reach for the champagne. But instead, the NASDAQ crashed 4.18%.
I like the title of this video. It's Good News Crashes the Markets.
Its worst single-day decline since the tariff panic of April 2025. The S&P 500 fell 2.64%.
They're definitely on the wrong wrong stream, Paul.
Week winning streak that would have been the longest since 1985. The Dow dropped 695 points.
If they enjoy the content, then they can enjoy the content. Doesn't seem like they would.
Stocks alone lost $1.2 trillion in market value. Nvidia shed $300 billion in a single session and fell well below.
Happened, Epstein or fake alien bullshit.
A $5 trillion market capitalization for the first time in months. Bitcoin collapsed below $60,000, down more than 50% from its record high in October. And the CNN Fear and Greed Index swung from greed to fear in the space of one trading day. Good news.
Do you understand? This is not normal at all. And this is what everybody has predicting is coming, because everything was so obviously being propped up by just AI, and it was all bullshit.
Just crashed the stock market, and that sentence tells you everything about the trap the U.S. economy has built for itself. My name is Elle, and I use data analysis to spot patterns in geopolitics and economics, and the pattern here is what economists call a good news in bad news.
And the one thing I really like about her is, even though she admits her personal politics, which lean left, she does try to give you all the metrics, and she'll admit when there are good metrics. That's why I love the way that she broke this down at the beginning, because she's like, by all accounts, this should be good.
And it is the most dangerous configuration an economy can be in. A strong labor market means inflation stays hot. Hot inflation means the Federal Reserve cannot cut interest rates. And if the Fed cannot cut, the entire financial architecture that has supported American asset prices since the money printing era of 2020 begins to unravel. At the start of this year, markets were pricing in rate cuts. That was the bull case. Lower rates would make borrowing cheaper, support corporate growth, justify stretched valuations, and keep the AI investment boom running at full speed ahead. All fake. Goldman Sachs forecast the S&P would reach 8,000, built entirely on the assumption that AI capital expenditure, $740 billion this year, approaching $1 trillion in 2027, would continue uninterrupted. That thesis required low or falling interest rates. Friday's job reports destroyed it. Markets are now pricing in a 67 to 82% probability of at least one rate hike by December. So not a cut, a hike. The entire monetary policy outlook has reversed in just 5 months.
Which in any other time, we would be calling this what it is. It's a pre-inflation or a pre-recession, and we're.
And every.
I mean, let's be real, guys. It's recessionary. Like, it feels recessionary out there, right? I'm getting 2008 vibes all over again.
Class priced for the old outlook is now
Breaking
repricing
news,
for the
U.S.
new
launches
one
strikes on Iran. Yeah, we're covering it.
violently. If you've been following this channel's coverage of the US economy, this is the moment where the feedback loops we have been documenting all converge on the same trading screen at the same time.
Yeah.
The Iran war pushed oil above $110 a barrel. Higher oil drove inflation to 3.8% in April, the highest in nearly 3 years. Higher inflation pushed Treasury yields to 18-year highs. The 30-year hit 5.2%. Higher yields mean the government pays more to borrow on a national debt of $39 trillion. Interest payments already consume $1 trillion a year, 19 cents of every tax dollar. The deficit is projected to exceed $1.9 trillion.
Right.
And now,
but this is also what pisses me off about the Democrats. How come they don't care about the deficit?
on top of all of this,
or pretend that they care about the deficit. That's all you hear about anytime that there's a Democrat in office. The deficit. The deficit.
A strong jobs report tells
the
Federal
that a Republican's in office, not just Trump, any Republican, they're just like, well, we got to spend.
Reserve that the economy is too hot to justify the rate cuts that the stock market was built on. The Fed is kind of trapped. If it cuts rates to save the stock market, it pours fuel on inflation. If it hikes rates to fight inflation, the stock market crashes further and the cost of servicing the national debt goes up. Both paths lead to pain. The only question is who absorbs it first, investors or taxpayers? Friday gave the first answer. Investors lost $1.7 trillion in just 6.5 hours. If you're trying to understand how to read through market data and see what the structural dynamics underneath actually show, my book, Awake, the Practice of Critical Thinking in an Age of Soft Lies, is available as an ebook and audiobook. Subscribers get 10% off, and you can grab the first chapter for free in the description.
I'm reading this
below.
one.
The semiconductor collapse is particularly revealing.
Same with, so I got BTC's book on my list, and there's another one.
Because it exposes the fragility underneath the AI narrative that has powered American markets for 2 years now. NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, Micron, and Broadcom collectively lost over $1 trillion in market value in a single session. Broadcom's failure to rise its AI chip outlook on Wednesday.
Birth rates are up. Birth rates are down, and also, infant mortality rates, in Texas. We should probably talk about that. And we should probably talk about the rise in cancer in people that are 30, between the ages of 30 and 40.
It was the first crack. Friday's rate hike signal was the hammer. The logic is very straightforward here. Building AI data centers requires enormous capital expenditure. That expenditure is financed through borrowing. Higher interest rates make borrowing more expensive. If borrowing costs rise enough, the AI build-out that justify the valuation stop making financial sense.
Yeah.
Ryan Dittrich, chief market strategist at Carson Group, said after the record run we've seen the last 9 weeks, the dam just broke today.
Yes, and this is the thing. We have been expecting this.
Fargo's Oshun Kwon.
God, I hate to actually quote Kyle Kulinski, but Kyle Kulinski has been talking about how we're just waiting for the bubble to burst.
The semiconductor sector was way
It was almost like a daily watch.
And the calendar ahead is stacked
Every
with catalysts
time that the stock market hit another high, it was like anybody that was paying attention was getting really nervous because it was just like, oh, here comes the crash.
Accelerate the sell-off further. CPI inflation data lands on June 10th. The European Central Bank announces its rate decision on June 11th. The SpaceX IPO, priced at $1.8 trillion, 100 times revenue, is scheduled for June 12th. SpaceX is raising $75 billion, and that money has to come from somewhere. Funds will liquidate existing positions to free up cash. Fidelity lowered the minimum investment to just $2,000, widening the net to capture as much retail money as possible before early investors cash out at peak valuation.
And that's what's
happening. The structure of the IPO is by design.
Once they start dipping out, then everybody else is like, this is what drives me crazy about like stock bro or like the trading bros, where they'll talk about this and they'll be like, buy the dip, not realizing that it's an actual crash. And they are counting on that. Like, That's why I don't necessarily feel bad for them losing their money, but it's the people that listen to them, that listen to these influencers that are just like, oh, yeah, you know what? I should probably buy the dip. And the problem is it's going to be kind of like the dot-com era where they'll just be like, you're going to have to put everything on this. You don't want FOMO. Like, and in this Kelshi betting fucking minded era that we live in, people are going to do it.
Exit for insiders funded by...
Dude, so many people are going to lose their life savings.
Entrance for retail. Once again, however, these videos are not financial advice. Please do not buy or sell anything.
I'm wrong. I really do, but God
Meanwhile,
damn it,
U.S. oil
time,
inventories have dropped to $1.57
$1.32 billion or trillion dollars. I keep saying billion because it's unbelievable to say it with the T, but $1.3 trillion was wiped out in the matter of minutes yesterday. Do you understand how fucking fickle this economy is?
7 billion barrels and falling. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is being drained at 9 million barrels per week.
Yeah, and then I keep going on, like, you know, and seeing people saying, oh, well, gas is going down.
2.5 times the rate Trump attacked Biden
at my gas station,
the
it's
Supreme
going down.
Court struck down the tariff framework, triggering an estimated $160 billion in...
Like, fucking it going down, you know, what, even 30 cents when we are still over $1 from where it was when this war started? Like, come on.
Refunds to importers.
Yeah, the amount of shit that they also are just like, this is a win.
Has to borrow that back on top of the 900...
Jesus, where you're so fucked. This is going to impact the global economy. Actually, Natch, ironically, you're going to have more of an insight on this one because you just need to pay attention to crop yields in India, and if those start depleting because of famine or not famine, but like drought or actually, I think it's the opposite for you guys, where you guys are going to get too much water and it's going to drown out your crops. Once that happens and then India starts reporting on like crop shortages, then that's going to be the final sign, and that's going to result in a global fucking catastrophe.
100 billion.
We're talking like global depression.
He already needed by October. The deficit is going up.
And like, this is the bitch about it, is I think Trump wants that. I think Trump would rather have a global depression than just our economy suffer, because he'd be like, see, it's not my fault. The world. It impacted the world.
Not down.
Despite the fact, you know, COVID was totally talked about the same way.
Every mechanism the administration tried to control spending, tariffs, federal layoffs, spending cuts, has either been struck down, or reversed, or overwhelmed by the cost of the war. Trump posted on Friday that a strong jobs report should mean stocks go up, not down. He is technically correct. In a normal economy, that would happen. But the U.S. stock market stopped being anchored to the real economy a very long time ago. Since 2020, markets have been driven by interest rate expectations and liquidity, not necessarily by jobs or GDP. Consumer sentiment hit an all-time record low, while stocks hit an all-time high. The disconnect was always kind of there.
Yeah, it's the K-shaped economy, but the K, like, literally, at some point, it fucking breaks.
Friday was the day the disconnect became the story. In terms of what's going to happen next, the prediction is that the Federal Reserve will probably not cut rates in 2026, but once again, not financial advice. The probability of a hike will continue to rise through the summer as oil remains elevated and inflation stays sticky. The S&P 500 will not recover to its pre-Friday highs before the FOMC meeting on June 16th. The SpaceX IPO on June 12th will maybe create additional selling pressure as funds liquidate to participate. And the fundamental contradiction at the heart of the American economy, a stock market that needs low rates to survive inside an economy that produces high inflation, remains unresolved because it cannot be resolved. Both markets cannot win at the same time.
There's nothing saving us from this.
Friday was the day the stock market lost.
Unless AI is going to pay everybody fucking dividends, then no.
I wonder what's next. Perhaps the bond market. But while the U.S. market crashes on its own good news, Europe's institutions
Can you imagine all of a sudden they're
quietly
just like, hey, everybody in America, you're getting a check from all of these AI companies. Congratulations.
building the systems that make American financial turbulence somebody else's problem.
The middle class has been completely obliterated, and it's going to be even further so. I mean, with the housing market at what it's at, the cost of living at what it's at, it's going to fucking decimate the economy.
I made a separate video.
I mean, I've been paying attention to credit card default rates, and those have been steadily going up since February, which, again, what happened?
On how the European Parliament just replaced Google, the Commission launched the tech sovereignty
package. Like a lot of people, right when the gas prices fucking shot up, like they could not budget that. Like it goes right back to the idea that most people in America can't suffer a $400 setback.
The European alternative to Microsoft Office went live all in the same week.
Yeah. Yay. I mean, I'm happy about that because Microsoft Office is ass. So, all right, here, I'm going to set up my next segment. If you're just joining us, welcome to the show. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. If you are enjoying this show, yeah, hit the sub. Become part of the community. Join the conversation. I do like to have, I like to talk to my chat. Like, I know that a lot of streamers, for some reason, they don't. So, when you can finance a burrito, it's no bueno. Oh, God, you mean Dumbledore living on a cloud and controlling everything? Good luck with that. I mean, dude, the way that the oligarchs are just so overconfident in us taking this lightly. I mean, also, I think they, a lot of people have been pointing out, they're like, they just want us to die off. Like, realistically, that's what this is. They would love for all of us just to die. And then they would just be like, oh, well, we have, our little micro way, like our micro economy here. We just hoarded all this money, so now we can just pay all these, these people to live and feed us and just do all this stuff. And then, like, again, it's disgusting because there's no limit to their greed. That's what's really fucking disgusting about this. Like, even in the 80s and 90s, there was at some point, there was like there was a limit. And now it's ridiculous. But whatever. In a way, we kind of deserve this because we really do. Like, if I was still a Christian, I'd be like, oh my God, like fucking, this is God's judgment. Like, Trump is the Antichrist, and this is God just being like, I told you. But I'm not Christian, so. Not mocking you, just telling you where you stand with your God. Oh, talking to somebody in chat. Okay. We absolutely deserve this. Joe Lump, yep. Hey, Joe Lump, welcome to the show. This is your first time here. I appreciate it, dude. Hey, you know what? What up, Twitchers? Poggers and such. Yeah, Poggers. There we go. And there. Look at you. Hey, appreciate that. Hey, seriously, appreciate that. All right, Mary was a teen. Yep, and yeah, dude, I remember this true story. I was in doctrine class and I thought I was being funny, but it really turned into something because it was the reaction that really got me. So I made a joke about, like, does God have a penis? And my doctrine teacher was just like, well, where are you going with this? You know what? This is disgusting. You would take it there. It's just like, and I was genuinely asking, where I was just like, wait a minute. Like, this idea that, like, why would God need a penis? Like, what is up with this? This idea that the whole he engendering God in general. Because I remember, like, this is when I started getting, like, that idea where it's like, Dogma, where God was a woman. And I was just like, oh, shit. Like, and then I found out, like, a lot of people did actually. They were like, no, God would be, like, is the mother, and then Mother Gaia, all that kind of stuff. So when he got that mad about it, I was just like, huh, that's odd. And I started looking more into it. Again, that's how I even got to the Mother Gaia part of things. But yeah, I always found that odd, where I was just like, why would he get so mad about that? All right, so we got the Epstein stuff. You know what? Fuck it. Let's find out about it, and then we'll go to the bricks and minifig story.
Our top story is the Epstein scandal roaring back on Capitol Hill. The very
There we go.
President Trump has tried and failed
hopefully
to prevent Congress drawing new testimony from a key witness.
See what I did there? I just hit that like button. You guys should do the same if you're enjoying the content. Don't want to tell you what to do.
Lawmakers now following leads that the Trump DOJ and its predecessors
What if you're cool? Come
apparently abandoned, or worse, that Trump officials recently hid. So it's vital to recall how we got here. even if Donald Trump wishes, this was not the top story tonight. First, last year, then Attorney General Bondi claimed in writing that there was actually no evidence for any other investigations against third parties who had not already been charged in this Epstein probe. And remember, she also said there should be no further disclosure of any Epstein files. That was her memo. That was the Trump.
I think the Old Testament God is more like a dude. It's based on the Genesis thing that God created Adam in his image. So, you know, Adam having a penis means that God had a penis.
On the plan.
But if he created Eve, who, you know, was made from Adam's rib, then there was no female, so why would God need a penis?
Bury and hide the
Again, they don't like these like almost childish questions about this shit because realistically, it is kind of like,
files. It failed, as you know.
Just faith.
Indeed, it was the Epstein files which later exposed how FBI investigators previously tracked several suspected co-conspirators, revealed in this long secret document that actually only came out when we started getting the Epstein files.
You're telling us that we were all right about this too?
Other reports, and I'll get into that. But what you're looking at is important.
They were
because
hiding this stuff? No way.
DOJ effort to
shocked.
diagram Epstein's then uncharged inner circle. And if you notice the lower left where we've added a square, this is government evidence, but we've added that square for your understanding of what's important today. That diagram includes today's witness, Leslie Groff. Now, we've reported on the timeline, the denials, the secrecy, the leaks until...
I mean, if anybody understands just like the way that like the streets and, you know, pimping works, it's the same shit.
Files showed those abandoned leads. This
like
was
a fucking pyramid scheme of ew.
Case timeline. You remember how it all came back to life. And Groff matters more, perhaps, than some of Epstein's lawyers and accountants. You see the suspect list that was released there on the right. That's the one I'm talking about. She had the widest visibility on his plans and communications with all kinds of people, including some of the people you see on your screen who've only gotten in trouble or faced any kind of accountability since these files came out. The ones that I just reminded you, Bondi tried to hide and said in writing shouldn't be released. So before I tell you what she said
this
today,
guy
stuff
like
that Donald Trump wishes
nothing happening to him.
in
Is
the
he
news,
dead?
remember that she was on the emails and in the arranged meetings for the powerful, for the staff, to the women. I need to go back a little bit. We're going back. Hold on, I want to slow down and tell you guys this. She was at the center. She was on site. So she was an eyewitness. You can see how many times she's in the files. And an email witness because she was on so many emails.
Before the Abrahamic Christian Judeo archetype, we had the paradigm of the idea of creator God was feminine in nature. Aka, Gaia, Mother Nature, Venus statues nourishing female God.
And she kept working for Epstein through his.
And then we go to the dying father archetype with the rise of the patriarchy.
So that's why
in the last 2,000 years. That tracks.
Now, after all these years, she showed up. You can see today, this is what happened today, showed up to testify to Congress. And in a time of great skepticism about our government, and it took people and pressure to get here, but under public pressure, I want you to understand that the Democrats on the committee who've pushed hard for this and 26 Republicans came around, perhaps under pressure, but still came around to demanding this on a bipartisan basis. I'm not telling you we're all good and everything works. We're far from that. But I am telling you that people who said 2 years ago, well, how would you make the Congress do anything? And how could you get the Republicans on board? It would make Trump look bad. Well, here we are today, a bipartisan effort to get her and these other witnesses to speak to Congress, which again is supposed to represent you in the pursuit of the truth. So Groff's lawyer now says she was disgusted by Epstein's conduct. She testified today that he was a monster, a master manipulator, and a deceiver, separating his legitimate life from a secret life as an abuser. She recounts that she first took the job for about $50,000 a year, and that she tackled everything from scheduling to mundane tasks. She describes having to ensure today that he had his reading glasses at every single table at his home, so he never had to look for it. She told the committee that sometimes very late in the day, she'd have to source a dozen chocolate croissants made in New York to be delivered to Palm Beach by 9 the next morning. Amid those kind of details, she also asserts that she learned Epstein was actually a kind of a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde character. So her version of events, now that you see how central she was, and I've reminded you how Trump and Bondi fought for this ever to come out, her version of events is still that Epstein somehow hid his entire enterprise from her, even as she carried out this daily schedule and met his demands. Before I go more deeply into what she says, which is a kind of a
she's doing the plausible is it even plausible deniability at this point?
I'm reporting on her testimony. That's what she says. Before we go any further, I want you to know what other survivors say. They disagree with her account that she couldn't see any of this. They've previously stated that this key witness, Groff, arranged appointments with one victim when she was a minor and that it was, quote, pretty obvious Leslie knew what was going on, an account given to the FBI in 2021. Groff told the FBI that she viewed booking Epstein's massages as a kind of standard appointment. But now that the public can see all the Epstein files,
come on.
which again, we never had.
Come on. Nothing was like, I don't know, red flagging when you were just like, why are they all 17?
Had before, which the
or possibly younger. Like, come the fuck.
FBI did have. The claim that these were just typical massages makes basically no sense.
Yeah, totally by that.
For example, this witness was arranging payments
all are in for questioning. They already did. I mean,
much higher than the most expensive massage services available. And this is what investigators do. You don't always have all the evidence to show, oh, someone admitted a crime, but here was an arrangement for a $1,000 payment in 2017, which is about $1,300 today, just accounting for inflation. Even top five-star spas don't charge $1,300 for the best, sort of most celebrated masseuse they have in the most expensive resorts. She also cited payments to a girl for time spent on the island. Her other past emails, which we only got, of course, recently, show her awareness that
if Jesus came back today, do you think he would start a YouTube channel?
One girl could not come because she was at school till.
I don't know. I think that was the whole thing with the winged horse thing, was to like just make it undeniable that it's like, holy shit, that's him.
10 p.m. Others show a type of paid activity that goes beyond.
If Jesus came back today, he'd be in a fucking ICE prison camp.
At Epstein's request for a paid visit at the house that would start around 3, but staying into the evening. So that's just some of what we know. Today, speaking to the committee, she played down knowing that kind of thing.
Hey, guys, it's your boy Jesus. Praise be, praise be. Hit the like and subscribe. Just remember, you will be blessed.
Lawmakers say that she was just distancing herself from what Epstein did. She saw no misconduct, she claims. One Democrat saying they want to get Groff on the record so that when we find out later she was lying, quote, we can arrest her. Lawmakers expressing their doubts about her claimed sort of naivete.
It is highly inconsistent what she's maintaining, that she really didn't know.
No, I mean, I would hope that people hear this woman's testimony and go,
young women for massages with a registered sex offender. And I just question whether she can rightfully and truthfully maintain that she saw nothing improper.
That's one lawmaker's informed skepticism. Now, Groff's claims of ignorance, what, by the way, under law can sometimes be deemed willful blindness.
Pep goes influence Jesus for Halloween.
Also under pressure from the public accounts of Epstein's.
Get the gold chain, fucking some sunglasses. Oh my God, get the. I'll do sunglasses and put like little
tell you what
fake recording circles on them.
This is brand new as of today. We didn't know this a few hours ago. Groff did try to address the Epstein history. She told lawmakers that after his arrest in 2008, Epstein lied to me and insisted he'd been blackmailed. He angrily said the allegations against him were false, that he had no idea that the woman he had contact with was a minor. In my mind, that was the reason he was treated so leniently by law enforcement for such a serious crime. Now, from the FBI to Congress, informed investigators have to weigh that kind of denial with how much else Groff would be in a position to witness or see, and how much she helped arrange, as documented in the emails and Epstein files, which under no other criminal case that we've covered in history would you get all the emails. So the old defense looks a little different when the public now has access to the things that the FBI and DOJ had for years.
Yo, 500 likes and I turned the swimming pool into wine.
And sometimes did very little with.
We'll get lit.
Lawmakers also asking today if she arranged any contact between Epstein and Trump.
Did she talk about scheduling meetings between Mr. Epstein and President Trump?
Basically, arranging phone calls, I believe, was most of it.
Hope you guys like seafood.
Just contact between, just arranging phone calls between.
He stops you at the door. Yo, 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 yo. What's with the mixed linens? You can.
Trump and Mr. Epstein, yes.
Did she give a timeline on when they were?
Here's a bedsheet and some sandals. Now get to the party. Toga, toga, toga.
I believe she referred to a time before Mr. Trump was president.
So that's going back to a period where we know they were having contact and sometimes socializing. Now, she maintains she had no knowledge of any criminal activity, and she has never been charged.
Jesus Christ, who brought the shrimp? Come on, you guys. I thought that we have talked about this.
Though, and some legal experts say that may be.
He turns over the table. Yeah!
The problem. They question how the FBI identified and mapped these suspected co-conspirators, some of them, as you see, redacted, and yet did not apparently legally pursue any except Maxwell, who's now getting the
wants to see Jesus do a butt chug.
Those unusually favorable requests met as she gets special treatment from the Trump DOJ. We are here learning.
Guys, hold me by my shoulders and tilt me upside down. I call this one the cross.
And as some lawmakers
Reverse
said,
holiness.
if the denials do not hold up over time under the weight of evidence and investigation,
going to hell.
Getting them before Congress, it's a crime to lie to Congress, is
that
itself
was anyway.
useful.
Who cares?
There are many different
He's
elements
basically Mr.
to the
Beast.
long-running Epstein scandal. And while some people rush to say, well, this means
Yo, what up? It's your boy JC. Just gotta say, I got my boys, my 12. What's up? I got the apostles in the hizzy.
they can assume the worst about anyone they don't like for political or other reasons, and that has certainly contributed to some of the heat. That's not actually what matters. What does matter, and what Donald Trump's DOJ is a part of,
Who invited Judas on the bus?
Is how long the government has hid and misled about the very facts we now have continuing to come out. And perhaps it's a political irony for Donald
Guys. Look, I can blow bubbles through my palms.
Trump that by fighting this so hard, he has dragged the pendency of this discussion and news cycle closer and closer to the next election and the midterms.
I saw that.
Just as he dragged one of the Epstein rebels, Tom Massey, through the most expensive primary in American history just to try to get rid of him, which raises the question, why are you so committed to fighting every lawmaker and every survivor and every witness who has something to say about this sordid history?
It will be interesting to see if they actually get it, if anything comes from it, but I don't think anything will. Seriously, like until arrests start happening, everybody's at this point where like I said, I think they I don't want to say that they want like the Epstein class 1, but god damn it, dude. If my brain is doing the thing where it's exhausted, it's like, god damn it, this was the whole point all along. All right, Legal Eagle is covering what is going on with the Lego stuff. Wait.
If I do. So that tells me.
All right, here we go. We'll do the Legal Eagle one after this.
Bricks and Minifigs just got the GoFundMe for Brian Mansell, which was created by Reckless Ben, taken down. Now, if you take a look at this community post that Ben posted a few hours ago, you see he says, they took down Brian's GoFundMe. I wish I could talk about it, but I'll go to jail if I do. So that tells me that Bricks and Minifigs is heavily responsible for the GoFundMe being taken down because he says they took down Brian's GoFundMe, and he says if he talks about it, he'll go to jail. And obviously, as we know,
well, I mean, that's still speculation, but yeah, I can see why you would think so.
Ben can no longer mention Bricks and Minifigs as a company, no longer name them, no longer critique them. them all of that, at least until a temporary restraining order is lifted or altered in some way after the case actually starts and the hearing begins. So that being said, we can pretty safely assume Bricks and Minifigs was heavily involved with the takedown of the GoFundMe. My theory is that
that'd be the funniest thing where Jesus comes back. He's like, guys. One of the best things since I came back. Crocs.
Because of the temporary restraining order, Bricks and Minifigs possibly sent all of
rocking the classic Jesus look, but just the only difference is his Crocs.
Legal paperwork, and
he's got like the little like he's got little crosses like as the fucking
submitted a request to GoFundMe, and GoFundMe actually obliged and listened to the request and took down the whole campaign.
Yeah,
now, at this current point, it is still unclear if the funds are going to be lost forever, who's going to get them, where they're going to go, will they be refunded to everyone who donated? Is Reckless Ben going
usually
to
refunded
them so he can
if they shut down a GoFundMe like that, it usually gets refunded to the accounts that donated.
Help Brian Mansell and help pay for the legal costs. What is actually going to happen with those funds?
The problem with that is GoFundMe still keeps their share.
I'm not entirely sure, but I really hope those funds are not lost. Most cases, I think if a GoFundMe like fails for whatever reason, then the donations are paid back or refunded to everyone who made a donation. But I can also see a case happening in this lawsuit where somehow Bricks and Minifigs or the court, one or the other, they actually get to take the almost $450,000 that was raised from this GoFundMe. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to say, how that could happen. I don't know, but I have heard that's a possibility in this case. So if it truly is, that is really terrifying and honestly horrible. But either way, this GoFundMe being taken down and the fact that this money could be lost forever is insane, because it means at this point, Bricks and Minifigs has allegedly stolen $650,000 total from an 80-year-old man. Yeah, not a great look. And
well, it's an 80-year-old man that was giving this to his son that now they need this to pay for cancer treatment. Like, come on.
Obviously, this is horrible.
That's why most people are responding to this the way that they are, where it's just like, guys, like, no matter what is happening here, this company is responsible now for paying back Mansell.
For Brian Mansell, the Mansell family, for Reckless Ben, and for the entire movement. But at the same time, Bricks and Minifigs made a horrible choice doing this, because even if Bricks and Minifigs themselves somehow gains access to this money, I don't know how that works, but
200K is now, it was over 400K.
Say worst case scenario, Bricks and Minifigs gets the 450K from the GoFundMe, then they still just committed business suicide, reputation suicide.
Yeah, they really did.
It's over.
It's over. No, like the thing is, most people are now avoiding Bricks and Minifig stores because the CEO was just such an abysmal asshole.
Because nobody's going to support.
And nobody gives a shit about the franchise thing. It's like, no, then you know what? Then sue them. Sue them so you can keep the concept and just move on and change the name, because Bricks and Minifigs is now too toxic.
Minifigs after this. The common public opinion for the longest time revolving this situation.
And honestly, they deserve it at this point. Like, I'm sorry.
Was Bricks.
It does suck for the people that bought into the franchise that have nothing to do with this, but realistically, it's on them. Like, it's kind of like the bad cop thing, where it's like, okay, you may not be guilty, but like, you have to speak up against this shit. Otherwise, you're actually kind of helping with this. Complacent.
Figs is bullying the little guy, silencing the little guy,
complicit,
censoring the little guy, threatening the little guy, doing anything possible to silence all opposition. So this whole David versus Goliath dynamic that's been going on here, this development certainly does not help that at all, does not help Bricks and Minifigs' reputation. So I think at this point, they must just be accepting that their reputation is cooked and doing anything they can to recoup costs on their end and hurt the opposition as much as possible, because as far as public opinion goes, they've already lost, and this move is just, the audacity is insane. And I think Bricks and Minifigs, I thought Bricks and Minifigs was cooked forever before this. Like, their reputation is done, but after this, it's somehow even worse. I mean, at this rate, tomorrow we're going to hear, even worse things that happen, and we're going to hate Bricks and Minifigs even more. It's like every single day, the CEO, Eamon McNeff, or someone at Bricks and Minifigs does.
The thing is, it's I said this yesterday about how this is impacting Legos, like the perception of Legos overall.
Something insane.
Like, as just the collectability and all of it, like, if people have nowhere to really resell.
And
like
it's just like, you didn't think
the idea of bricks and minifigs was great, but this is what happens when you let greed get in the way.
We'd hate them.
And honestly, again, this is the old Christian coming out in me where I'm just like, all right,
as a company,
maybe that, you know what? In the Christian realm, that's you getting your comeuppance.
Even more, but somehow you do. And
greed is
now
a sin.
I
Remember?
definitely do. And I just gotta say, if GoFundMe like had a choice in this and obliged and actually listened to Bricks and Minifigs trying to take down the GoFundMe, it really shows you the contrast between a company like Patreon, where the CEO of Patreon rejected the takedown request. You know, Bricks and Minifigs submitted for all the videos to be taken down from Patreon for Reckless Ben, and the CEO of Patreon said no, we're not going to do that. And if you don't like that, you can sue us, Bricks and Minifigs. Whereas with this whole situation with the GoFundMe, it is the sheer opposite happening. It appears that GoFundMe has completely cooperated with whatever request they received. Now, it's not clear how much of a choice they had. I'm not going to make any assumptions there. But one thing is clear from our perspective, it looks like one company stood up for the little guy and one company didn't. And I got to say, if you are a company that is not standing up for the little guy in this situation, being Ben, Brian Mansell, everyone on that side of things, then you're probably just digging your own grave as far as your company's reputation goes. But with that being said, let me know in the comments down below if I missed anything and your opinion on this whole situation.
All right. So that was just the update. Here we go. All right, we'll go with the CoffeeZilla. I think this is this the whole story? Oh, shit. Yeah, dude. Okay, so, yeah, we're gonna watch this. Let's go.
A $200,000 Lego collection went missing, causing a lot of you to ask me to find it. And after seeing the cops point guns at YouTubers, people get arrested and sued for $1.3 million, I decided enough was enough. This looks like a case for the internet detective, this time in the $10 million Lego studio. So I talked to every suspect involved. What I found shocked me.
Probably won't be able to watch the whole thing, but
okay, before we can find these missing
we're gonna get the crux of all
Legos,
this.
let's give some background. A massive Star Wars collection was put on consignment at a Lego store called Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon. Consignment just means the owner, Brian Mansell, gave it to a store to sell, and he was supposed to get a cut when it sold.
Okay, we know. I think we know the background of this. But
ownership of the collection, and
quick.
a social media post estimated it to be worth about $200,000. But
Jesus
then,
Christ.
on November 14th, 2024, everything went wrong. This was the night that Crystal and Ben Gorman, the prior franchise owners of the Salem store, got kicked out by this guy. That is Brandon Best. He and his partner, Josh Johnson, ran a sister store in Eugene, Oregon, and Brandon drove up that night to kick the Gormans out. Brandon and Josh would be taking over the franchise in Salem, and this is the exact moment the Legos go missing. As that store is getting handed over, the question is Brian's collection?
So now you can even argue that this was like all with intent
in it.
That this wasn't even like they just, because they're trying to make this like, well, she kind of misled us and then took a bunch of them and blah, blah, blah. But it seems like they had the full intent of taking this.
Here's what the official Bricks and Minifigs press release reads. Quote, after taking over the store, we discovered a small number of sets valued between $2,000 to $5,000 that could be possibly related to Mr. Mansell's collection. But there's a problem here. There should be over 10 times that amount in this store, given their internal records and what we know the estimated value of this collection was.
Right, it's not
so
speculation
if
anymore.
There was only $2,000 to $5,000 in the store, something happened to these Legos. But what? In order to solve this case, let's think about the suspects. First, who was there that night of the handover? It's only 3 people. Crystal and Ben Gorman, the former franchise owners, and Brandon Best, one of the new owners. These are our 3 biggest suspects, but they aren't the only ones. I want to address a few other suspects at the very start here. First of all, maybe this is just all the result of, plain old thieves breaking in. What about that possibility?
Hi, I am Chris. I was the previous franchise owner who signed the collection agreement with Brian Mansell.
And I'm Benjamin Gorman. I am the silent partner who's really bad at being silent.
We did have a couple of break-ins at the store. None of Brian's collections were in the police report or stolen during those.
Okay, so the Gormans say emphatically it wasn't thieves, but if that's the case, what about the guy who was arrested? I mentioned at the beginning of this video.
The Lego versions of the character. Yeah, I know. I mean, hey, this is where Coffeezilla shines. Is his production is fucking.
This is the YouTuber who started it all with a documentary. I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. Maybe it's the perfect crime. Make a video tracking yourself. Now, for our theory, it's worth noting Ben is currently facing a RICO lawsuit by Bricks and Minifigs. He was even targeted with a search warrant for stolen Legos.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
The owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos.
And on top of that, Reckless Ben was even accused of stealing the Legos by the current franchise owner.
I stole the Legos?
What do you think of the theory that it was Reckless Ben? He stole the Legos.
It's absurd. We didn't even know Reckless Ben. He had no interaction, no relation to us, no relation to the store. That doesn't hold any water.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Apologies to the genius cops in Utah who play different.
We play differently here.
But I don't believe that Reckless Ben stole the Lego, mostly because he couldn't. He just wasn't there that night, and I don't even think he knew about these Legos. But who does Ben suspect is holding the Legos since he did this whole documentary series?
The guy who runs the entire company, Ammon McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
That's a lie. You did take the Legos.
No. So we have, our attorneys have visited, like, again, so who's
The problem is he's saying our Legos. I mean, unless there was like a contract where Reckless Ben was then given permission to go and get the Legos, knowing that they would be paid for or whatever, like with Brian Mansell, fine. But this is where, like I keep saying, the guy's an annoying little prick because he keeps doing that shit. Where in a court of law, this is where it could fuck him.
Okay, and who's that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Nope. Never happened.
My name is Ammon McNeff. I am the CEO of the Bricks and Minifigs brand.
So my name's Matt McNeff. I'm the COO of Bricks and Minifigs.
The people you just saw are the McNeff brothers. They agreed to speak with me to try to clear their name. I asked them, do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. We've never had access to them.
It seems to kind of go missing. Parts of it seem.
Can they say they had a verbal contract for his ownership? No, because there's an actual written contract. The thing is, when he first did the consignment, there was a signed contract.
And I guess
and he did anticipate that they could sell the store, so he made sure that that was a provision.
Not at all. I'm going to say, like
no,
that.
This is them trying to get ahead of it, knowing that he has a pretty ironclad case against them. And this is where they're going to try and be like, oh, but this Reckless Ben, like, this is where Reckless Ben, had he not even been part of this, it would have actually just been better if had they, hired an attorney and not gotten involved with a fucking stupid YouTuber.
That is.
But that's where this is. Like, honestly, and it sucks. Because the reality is, Reckless Ben could be responsible for fucking this entire case.
So you think that the collection was in the store at the time?
Even though he had the best intentions. But you know what they say about the road to hell?
When you look at Mansell's own words that he reiterated to a podcast last year, he explicitly stated to another podcaster, the sets were moved off-site for security.
The collection will not be stored on site after hours for security reasons, and after Sunday, the sets will be available for purchase but stored elsewhere.
Now, one thing that's been a big subject of the Bricks and Minifigs kind of story is, hey, there are these off-site locations. Can you address what that is? Is that true?
So the off-site location in the letter that that corporate is referring to is the original press release that we released when we were launching the collection. In that press release, because we had previous break-ins, I specifically included the location that after this weekend, those Legos would be stored off-site to deter any future thefts. They were briefly stored off-site after that long
Confused who the
weekend,
girl in the middle
while
is.
I bought safes for the back room, and then they were moved back into the store.
Okay, so for most of the time, the sets were in the store after y'all got the safes in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ammon McNeff suspects that a lot of the Legos weren't there that night. And then on the other hand, we just heard from Crystal and Ben Gorman explaining the off-site story, saying that later they no longer used those off-site locations. But what do we really know about the Gormans? They are the former franchise owners after all. I mean, shouldn't we be suspicious of everyone? They're one of our key suspects. They were there the night we lost Brian's collection. They were the creators of the consignment deal after all. And one group in particular is pointing their finger at them very hard. It's the McNeffs who say they were behind on payments.
We started getting calls from the landlord.
There's another
letting
one
us
moving
know
in, but
that
it's not going to hit me
was,
until
behind on the lease payments
well after
at
stream.
the location. We had also gotten a couple of notices from some of our vendor partners that bills had not been paid by the store, and so we felt pretty strongly that there was going to be a risk of her just, like attempting to file bankruptcy, doing some of these other types of things which we've had franchisees do in the past, and that's problematic. So that's why we sent him up there to take some video footage. So we needed to just be prepared if we needed to do a hostile takeover, which can happen in franchising, where a franchise owner just kind of tries to steal inventory and do some different things that way.
Okay, so Bricks and Minifig's story is that they were worried about the Gormans skipping town, so they sent Brandon Best as a secret shopper on October 24th, 2024. This is weeks before the takeover. Brandon takes a video of the store condition in preparation for this handover, but at this point, Brandon does not announce himself to Crystal Gorman. Later, though, on November 14th, once again, the same concern about the Gorman stealing or theft was expressed by the McNeffs.
Brandon was trying to make sure that they weren't taking things from the store, and so he was kind of trying to make sure that he wasn't putting things, like hiding things in the back, and that and while he was watching that, was trying to make sure Ben wasn't grabbing stuff from the store and moving it or doing anything along those lines, because he just got a weird feeling about the whole transition.
She took at least one, if not more than one, cartfuls of things out to her car with her coat draped over it.
So yeah, the McNeffs say, look, they don't trust the Gormans. And they explained it, even further. They said, hey, there's some issues in her past.
She apparently has a retail theft and other criminal arrests on her record that we were not aware of.
When was that?
I don't know. This has been brought out by several people online now.
Now look, that's a huge accusation.
That's a huge accusation, especially when you're in legal battles here.
To bring up, and so obviously I want.
And your sources, a few people online.
Wanted to talk to the Gormans about it. They're like, she has a history of some type of burglary, theft.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah, that's what they're
wow.
saying.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, yes.
That other goth girl turned into a dog.
Well,
you
explain.
know about this.
Explain.
Yeah, when I was 19 years old.
How long ago is that?
I am 45 now. So this was in 1999. This, something that happened 25 years ago, has no reflection and no bearing on what happened in the last 2 years, my management of the store, what happened the night corporate seized the store. It is another deflection. And it infuriates me. You're gonna try to publicly embarrass and shame me for somebody that was manipulated by local police departments when she was pregnant and 19 years old? F you. That's my response to that. I am so sorry. You're gonna have to blur and cut a lot of this, but that pisses me off. I own what I have done. I own the mistakes that I have made. You cannot intimidate and bully me into backing down when I know that legally and morally I am in the right and I have the evidence to back it.
Man, I hate this story.
Wow,
Yep.
this is getting...
But the thing is, this is needed. I'm glad you do understand that why, the reason that people are really interested, it's not the Lego aspect, even though it does help market it. It's the fact that it's evil ass rich motherfuckers getting away with this, and everybody can identify with this fucking grandfather or this father who he can sign this to give his kid a future, and then they're trying to pay for cancer. Like, dude, there are so many aspects of this that's what it is. Like, where it's just people recognize it. It's like, holy shit. Like, I know some shitty people, but holy shit. But then to see them win, and then you add the Mormon aspect to it and the Mormon mafia aspect to it, like, it is.
I just wanted to give people.
I mean, it did kind of open up a can of worms.
I hope you understand. I'm getting.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that the police department will now be investigated.
Stories down to if the McNeffs knew about her history in the first place.
Like, they're bringing up something that I told them about.
Wait, you told them?
Told them. They asked me.
They said they had no idea. They said if we knew, we would have never hired her.
Because we would not have hired her had we known this.
I told them I had a record from when I was 18. There was a family issue and didn't go into all of the details, but they were like, that's so long ago, we're gonna hire you based on who you are now.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there. You guys can make up your own mind. My point is, one side says up, the other says down, and it gets to the point both sides start hinting that they have photographic proof from the night of November 14th that proves the other side is lying. And so I'm like, look, at this point, let's stop talking. Show me the Legos.
Where I was told we are 100% have possession of photos that prove that the Gormans are lying. And then you guys are telling me we 100% have possession of photos that prove this side's lying. Who's going to drop the photos first? I mean, I feel like someone just has to, somebody's right here.
After a lot of convincing, both sides agreed to show me the photos, corporate and the Gormans. In fact, I scheduled the calls to do this an hour apart from each other. But let's remember their positions for a second. The Gormans say whatever was left unsold of Brian's collection that was in that store spreadsheet was in Salem store the night of November 14th. Then you have corporate side. They say whatever was left that night was maybe $2,000 to $5,000 of Legos. The rest was either stolen by thieves, the Gormans, or held off site. It was not in that store. And on both sides, there's
Going hard on the music. The thing is, it's a little too loud.
a lot to lose here, right?
Like, if I was like mixing this, I would have totally mixed the music a little bit lower.
Right? You've got the Gormans, who basically have been insinuated to have been stealing.
It does go
And
hard, though.
For
I
Josh
like the music.
and Brandon, too, the new franchise owners, there's a lot on the line. I reached out to Josh, and he told me, I think her pictures would only show a few sets and minifigs. I replied, so if I can prove that the Lego sets were in the store, that will prove Brandon was lying? Josh replies, if it shows something different, then yes, I will eat my words. So the stakes have been established. And let's see the evidence, starting with Matt McNeff. First, he showed me the video, October 24, 2024, for a baseline of how the store looked.
So this is the Salem Kaiser location, is that correct?
Salem Kaiser location, yes.
So is it fair to say I'm seeing quite a few Legos here? I mean, I'm seeing a store of Legos. You'd agree?
There's a good amount of Lego on hand. This isn't what I would say is a well-stocked bricks and minifigs, but it's not terrible. It's I would say a little below average as far as overall stock. So
Hey,
now
I
let's
got the
go
Piranha
to
Plant.
November 14th. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So November 14th, when Brandon was in there helping.
Wait, this is the day. This is like the big day.
This is the day.
Hold on, I gotta prep myself emotionally for this.
Okay.
This is a big deal. This is D-Day. This is the big moment. This is Brandon takes over the store. We don't know where the Legos are after this moment.
We don't know where the Legos are after this moment. And I want to point out again that we've had this for a while. We haven't this is the first time we've shown this publicly. We've been waiting for our attorneys to give us the approval to say, hey, this is okay now to share in this capacity. So we'll go through these pictures. This is what Josh saw, or not Josh, sorry, Brandon saw. He took pictures of everything in the store, all the inventory in the store. This is what the shelves looked like.
Yeah, but it also looks too bare. Like, what I'm seeing is where there were things
compared to.
I mean, Jesus Christ!
What you just saw a moment ago.
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot less. Just to state the obvious, go back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm seeing like way less.
So yeah, the pictures I was being shown on November 14th those shelves looked emptier than they did on the day of October 24th. But to be fair to the Gormans, they addressed the empty shelves themselves.
As we get to the very end of this video in particular, right here, you'll see that empty space right here. So this is the retired and certified set section that we have to keep separate from the new in box current sets being sold by Lego. All those empty spaces up there were the sets that we had on display during the day from Brian's collection that every night when the store closed, we pulled off and put back into the safe and then put back out in the morning.
So when they say, see, there's empty space on the shelves, yeah, because we put them in safes at night to keep them safe.
Because we have giant windows.
Yeah, it's an explanation that kind of makes sense given the history of burglary. Now, of course, this is something I had to ask the McNeffs about.
Yeah, I mean, this is not uncommon. I know, so one of my, well, I can't really call him a buddy, he's more of an acquaintance, but he owns a card store, and he does the same thing. Like, he has an entire, like, you know, glass case that he has it all, like, it's actually kind of cool, where he just has it all, like, mobile.
Case
takes two people to move this fucker, though, so I've always wondered, I'm like, what if you have to, like, close the store by yourself?
Star Wars sets in the back? Did y'all not see the Star Wars
It's
sets
huge.
in the back? Did he take, not in the back, but specifically in a safe? Like, there were a bunch of Star Wars sets in a safe.
Oh, taking
Did
off, Rebecca?
Brandon
I'll catch
see
you later.
those? Has there been talk of those? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. My understanding is
you're
that he
gonna
took
be listening.
pictures
Sweet.
of everything, and all those photos I showed you
Yes,
of the
have
Star
fun.
Wars were all the
He's got a
photos.
lamb chop laying right next to him.
Was literally all the Star Wars inventory in the store.
Yeah, the McNeffs say all of the photos should be with Brandon of all the Star Wars items. And to be fair to them, they showed me a lot more pictures and even showed me a spreadsheet of all the Star Wars sets in the store.
I mean,
the
it would be
night
nice to
Brandon
have pictures
took it
of the
over,
safe.
and it valued to about like $5,000 to $10,000 or so. But then I had to ask. Oh, sorry, here's another kind of set.
Okay.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up. Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
So, do you see that?
Yep.
So do you see it's in like some kind of like a safe thing? I don't know if you can see the size
Oh,
there.
that is, oh, well,
It's like
there
a
we go.
bookshelf to me, but sure.
Okay, sure, yeah. So I think the important thing is making sure that all of these are in the inventory for Mansell.
Sure. Sure, that's cool.
75041.
Yep. The Vulture Droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be... Okay, so there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240.
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either.
What about 9?
Damn, dude.
493.
Yeah, Coffee's,
I don't
wow.
see that one either. So
dude, this sucks that
maybe
CoffeeZilla
those
couldn't
were
get this out a week
locked at the
ahead of
and
time.
Brandon did not get those pictures.
All right, that's kind of a problem because the Gormans had over 200 photos of this store. I definitely knew looking at these photos, there's a lot more Legos in the Gormans photos, by quite a lot that Brandon's photos just didn't show. But corporate didn't really see it that way.
But still, in the grand scheme of things, we're not talking, again, 10 times the amount of sets here.
I don't know. I haven't shown all the photos yet. I don't know exactly how much.
If there's a calculable figure that we can look at and say, great, this is what was there, I promise you it's not $100,000 worth of Lego. And so where's the rest of it?
Is he finding the inventory while talking?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm a little too in my
Logged
head
inventory.
about this U-Haul story. You don't think it could have been some U-Haul thing? There's no way. Oh, yeah. Have we talked about the U-Haul yet? We gotta talk about the U-Haul for a second. This is another one of those things that was like really disputed between the two parties. Was this U-Haul that supposedly was driven up to the store the night of the takeover?
So when Brandon came to the store that night, he was driving a U-Haul truck.
Now, in typical fashion, this was immediately disputed.
Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
It wasn't until after he told me he was taking the keys and locking me out that I really kind of paid attention to the fact that he had a large, not the small, the large U-Haul truck.
So yeah, I just kept hearing about this U-Haul truck. Now, why is it significant, U-Haul or not? Well, one, a U-Haul truck can fit a lot of Legos, but the big reason it mattered to me was because I was actually called by an ex-employee of the Bricks and Minifix store in Eugene, Oregon. Remember, that's the one that Brandon and Josh own.
Yeah, it was
And
the other
they
one.
told me
Yeah.
something very interesting.
I'm a former employee, started in 2024.
Oh, juicy. Ooh, an ex-employee that's got an axe to grind. Ooh.
Manager Brian, he sold the store to Brandon Best and Josh.
What store was this? Bricks and Minifigs where? Okay, now what did you see that made you want to talk to me?
I saw Reckless Ben's YouTube video about the Salem store closing down because when I was talking to my co-workers about the situation about Salem, and we were told through other employees that it was just a bad area to work in. It was like haunted, if you will, is what was going around. But after seeing the video of Reckless Ben, he exposed them, and it makes a lot more sense with what we dealt with Brandon and Josh. Like, oh, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Best told us. When he was dropping off all the Lego sets to us that night. It was a bunch of used Lego sets. Sets that were like saran wrap. They had Star Wars City. They had just a lot of stuff. It was like a medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait, they brought a U-Haul truck.
Yeah, from Salem.
Damn.
And to Eugene, and it had a bunch of Star Wars sets on it?
Coffeezilla should have been there instead of the kid. Yeah. Yeah, but to be fair, I don't think this would have gotten the attention had Reckless Ben not done the video, so.
From Crystal?
I believe so, yes. Yes, because he said that Crystal stole Legos and left the country.
While he has a U-Haul of Legos?
Yeah.
Interesting. Weird.
So, and he said, we're just going to hold on to this stuff until corporate tells us where we have to distribute it. And we're like, oh, well, it'd make more sense if we could take it. Because
This is over tiny pieces of plastic.
the product put on the shelves.
Oh my gosh. We really got to find out. Was there a U-Haul that night or not? Because everybody's disagreeing about it. This Eugene, Oregon guy says, oh yeah, a U-Haul showed up with Star Wars sets in it. Brandon was talking about the Salem store. You've got Matt McNeff saying there was no U-Haul there. It was a rental car. You've got Crystal saying, yeah, I thought it was really weird. There was a U-Haul truck there. So I told the McNeffs, I really got to find out what the truth is here.
If you know anything about it, let me know, because that's just something I heard.
I do, and it has nothing to do with the Salem store. Well, at least not the Salem store in the way that it is there. Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
So when there was the handoff, there wasn't a U-Haul, it was a rental car.
Correct. He was there in a rental car.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think any of the, like, if you were to look at the footage, the ring cameras, all that stuff, you won't see a U-Haul sitting anywhere in the parking lot.
So after hearing all of this, I realized, look, I just got to find the evidence. So
Well,
I start sifting through these photos I have, right? I realize I have a parking lot photo. I check it. No U-Haul, just a red truck out there. I check another photo where you could see the window, but the problem is it's night outside, so you can't see.
It's all reflected.
And so I'm looking at everything I can, and there's just nothing, I have this alternate angle. I'm looking at that, and then
Boom. Boom.
zoom in on that photo. Bring up the brightness of this photo a little bit, and my gosh, there's a U-Haul in the parking lot right outside of the store the night of November 14th, 2024.
Busted.
This is something that Matt said he had seen footage of, and it couldn't be true.
And again, I believe
Yeah,
I have
damn,
seen
dude. To be that fucking
that night
like
that shows
brazen
clearly
about the
out
lie
in the
too.
parking
It's
lot,
like, dude,
and there's no
this is really showing the
After seeing this,
character
I
of the
said,
owners.
I really have to
Yeah,
make
fuck
a call.
bricks and minifigs.
And that's when the story changed.
So last night, I talked with Matt McNeff. I brought up this question of the U-Haul. He told me emphatically there was no U-Haul. Y'all came to me this morning. You said, hey, we looked into it. There actually was a U-Haul there that night. Can you clear up what that's about?
So there's actually two different things that are going on here, just to help you understand. And I don't know if
That was another business's U-Haul.
if you want this particularly not on the record, but we do know of a disgruntled former employee that worked at another location.
Of course it is.
That back on the 24th of October, there was a U-Haul that went to a storage unit in Salem for another previous franchisee, like for a different situation that we had just gone through some things, and he had a previously, like, hey, I have some inventory that I didn't turn over that I was supposed to. It's at this storage location.
Yeah, he's scrambling.
You guys
he's
can come
scrambling.
pick it up. And so Brandon was sent on that day to pick up with a U-Haul inventory that then he moved down, but that was October 24th.
So when we're talking about this
Pretty
ex-employee,
sus. Yeah,
you're
that's pretty
saying
sus.
They are conflating the October 24th event of the U-Haul coming up to Eugene with Legos with some time after November 14th, after the store takeover.
His body language is all lies.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Am I understanding that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And usually I don't really buy into body language, but when your tell is like written all over your fucking face.
Kind of a strange story.
I mean,
Corporate is saying there was a U-Haul at the Eugene store dropping off Lego, but that was from a different night, different collection. The CEO says Brandon showed up to Salem on October 24th for his secret shopper job with Crystal, and separately, he also was getting a different collection of Legos that also included Star Wars, and that's what he brought to the Eugene store, and the former employee is remembering. Then, weeks later, on November 14th, Brandon supposedly shows
nothing
up
to McNabb's.
again with a U-Haul. but the reason
honestly, dude, like this is.
isn't
Yeah,
for
I think they're
hauling
cooked.
Legos.
Brandon.
This isn't
flew
going
in
away.
to Eugene that night.
That's good.
At midnight.
I hate to
So
say
on
it,
the-
like
on
good,
the-
like
Flew from Utah on the 13th,
Fuck
but
you,
landed
man.
in Oregon on like midnight of the 14th. Went and got a rental truck, and then went and stayed at a trailer that had previously been moved
The rabbit
up
hole
there
gets deeper,
in
yeah.
anticipation, meaning like a camper trailer, in anticipation of the potential hostile takeover previously.
Is that why he had a U-Haul? Is that the reason he had a U-Haul was for this camper, or what's going on with the?
Yes.
Why?
So then what happens is he takes his rental vehicle truck, and he tries to connect the trailer, the camping trailer, to that truck, and it's not rated for that particular weight, and he realized, oh crap. He called around and found that U-Haul had a rating for like one of their box trucks, and so he grabbed that.
He's so full of
went
shit.
And got it at 10 a.m.
He's so full of
on
shit
the
here.
14th.
Holy crap.
And so he then went and hooked that trailer up to the camping trailer to a U-Haul, drove that trailer down to
Bricks and
another
minifigs
location
the
where
same
he could
day?
set up the camping trailer
Convenient.
in Salem, dropped off the camper trailer, and then he arrived in a U-Haul to the Salem store, and then went in, said hi to Crystal, and then as she was leaving, the door shuts, and so he locks it, calls the locksmith. Takes him a while to finish up the changing of the locks. Brandon at this point is pretty exhausted, so and he has an hour drive back to Eugene to drop off the rental truck. So he drops it off at midnight or 1 o'clock, something like that. Grabs the rental truck and then heads back up to the camper trailer in Salem, and then probably gets in at around 2 or 3 in the morning. Spends a couple of gets that's a little bit of sleep before he has to head back to the store at 9 a.m. before the other employees get there. The timeline that is trying to be portrayed just makes absolutely zero sense.
Okay, so I asked, obviously, for documentation of all of this from Brandon, and here's what I got.
Yeah.
First, the U-Haul contract on November 14th. This checks out what we already know. Then I got sent a photo, the last one Brandon took in the Salem store, dated 9:44 p.m., where you can see what looks like the inside of a bird cage that the Gormans had. And lastly, I was sent a photo Brandon took of the mileage in the U-Haul as he dropped it back off at the rental place on November 15th, 12:41 a.m. Now, the time gap there is about 3 hours between the last photo in Salem to dropping the U-Haul off, which is a bit of a problem for our timeline.
Yep.
Yeah, it took like 4 hours. I mean, I worked till like 11 o'clock, and I'm like, I gotta get up early for my other job.
You moved 4 hours of Legos out of this truck.
Yeah.
All All right, so as weird as this U-Haul thing is, the timeline just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also drive to another city, load and unload and drop off the U-Haul in that time. But still, even if this is true, it's pretty weird, and it's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever heard to have
Well, I
a
mean,
U-Haul
overall,
thing
this
back
whole
to back.
story is like
One of
that.
the times you're picking up Legos, the other time you're not, you're taking
Yeah.
a camper. Nevertheless, without more proof, we kind of have to move on to another theory of how to find these missing Lego. This time, let's take the photographs that we have and reconstruct what was in the night on November 14th. Remember, that's the moment we lost the Lego.
Yeah.
And this time, we're going to combine it with two more things. First, from corporate, I got the point of sale records from the Salem store from 2023 to 2024. And secondly, from Crystal Gorman, I got her internal records of Brian's inventory of what was sold or not in order to pay him and keep track of prices. Now, before we piece things together, I need to address something. At the beginning of this story, you saw the social post saying this collection was worth $200,000. That's what everyone knows this story as, the $200,000 Lego collection. But sadly, that post was entirely wrong. In Crystal Gorman's inventory, which has a high and low estimate value of these various Lego items, the real
I'll say that
estimated
much.
value
Yeah, somebody like they sensationalize that
is
shit.
about $107,000. They give high estimates and low estimates, but that's right there in the middle. And for simplicity, I'll just be using averages and estimates here, but understand that, you know, these numbers are not firm, given that they're unsold Legos. It's just rough possibilities. But the point is, it's worth nowhere near $200,000.
Yeah.
And
No, I
Reckless
had a problem
Ben,
with
the
that.
one who made the original video covering this, said that surprised him.
Yeah, I thought, I mean, this entire time, literally every single person's been telling me there were $200,000. Like, that's how much, like, you could sell all these sets for.
My original assessment of about $200,000 was going up to his father's house and looking in 3 different rooms with all the sets. It was before I'd actually gone through and had set numbers and done an actual like evaluation. I looked at it and went based on as things progressed and as I started to delve more into the actual inventory and evaluating it, that number changed. But we put out the press release well in advance of the event itself, so that press release went out before I had those full numbers. So we went, this is a nice even number that will grab attention and bring people into the store, so we went with that.
And still, I mean, to believe that is accurate at the high end. Like, it was one of those things where when she was looking through and going, well, it says this and it says this, like, you don't think even at the high end?
You haven't actually seen the spreadsheet.
No, I haven't.
You might want to cut that part out because he hasn't actually seen the inventory sheet.
The spreadsheet says about
he ain't cutting
between
that out.
85,000 to 120 something thousand. In the midpoint, about 107 or something like that. Of what was inventory. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this has been a really big point of misinformation to clear up, because if we're ever going to find the missing Lego, we need to start with the right number, the right value. It's about $107,000. Now, between 2023 and 2024, the Gormans record sales of about $24,000 of Brian's collection in their inventory tracking list. And of those sales, Brian was entitled to about 65 to 70% of it. He was paid $17,000, which roughly tracks with that. Which means on November 14th, the big night, the remaining amount of Brian's collection that should have been in there is about
$82,000. Okay, but still,
now,
that's
take a genius to
significant.
realize this is a very different number than corporate
200,000.
provided, who found only $2,000 to $5,000
Yeah, both
of
of
it
them.
linked
Yeah,
to
okay.
Brian.
I mean, this is a classic case of like,
Later
one
they-
trying to get as much as they possibly could, and then the other one's trying to save as much as they possibly could. When in reality,
they only
I
found
mean, this is
13 to
corporate bullshit.
15,000
This
in total
this happens.
Lego Star Wars.
Yeah.
So you're talking maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
So that's corporate side of the story, but I didn't want to take their word for it. So I went through Crystal's photos myself, which she shared with me, and hired people to go through
Damn,
and
he's good at this.
tag the Star Wars Legos.
I've said that so
were
many
in these
times watching
photos.
his content, but
We
it's just like,
looked
dude,
through
this
over
is
200
it's
plus
insane how
photos,
good he is at
multiple
like
videos,
investigating this
and
stuff.
matched what we saw with Brian's collection. In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th. Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated,
Yeah.
at least on their press release.
Yeah.
Now, yes, there are inherent errors in these estimates. Maybe we picked up some Lego that matched Brian's collection, but wasn't Brian's. But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being made, there's still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find. But
Yeah.
then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy. So these are the pictures that M&R Productions sent me, looking at the Lego that Brian sold him. This was stuff reportedly in storage, and it's interesting because of an early inventory list, which had a column called Location that Crystal used. And it listed a lot of the Star Wars items as being located in what they called storage. Now, previously, I was told that all of the stuff in storage was put back in the store, but there's a bunch that's on this list that I can't find in the store that seem to appear in these pictures. Now, I've been assured, by the way, that most of these Legos were not part of the inventory spreadsheet. They were never given to Bricks and Minifigs. This is a separate part of the collection, but I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happen to be listed with a location of storage. So this starts to make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are part of that same inventory list. Now, if we take that value of the side deal, that's about $10,000 to $20,000 that's not actually missing. Now, it was at this point I started looking more at the point of sales records. I realized maybe we could find some of this missing Lego there too.
So they're saying that this was Brian Mansell's storage
This
unit
is from
then.
the Salem
Okay.
internal store records. Like, I guess this is what is entered when someone does a sale. And it's everything
Sus.
from September 2023 to November 2024 of Star Wars anything. And by the way, before we continue, yes, this was all a lot of work. If you want to, please support us on Patreon. That's how this show gets made. But anyways, according to those records, about $51,000 in sales went through during this time period in a way that matched Brian Mansell's collection. Now, that
Was
really
Brian
worried
trying to
me,
grift Ben?
because Crystal's inventory
I don't
list
know.
showed only $24,000 in sales for Brian, and Brian was only paid for that amount. But suddenly,
is rough,
I
man.
remembered back to a time when I spoke to Crystal, and I asked how much was sold
This really is
prior
the
to the
onion of
takeover.
just like,
Which
huh?
is something similar from what you told me, Crystal.
Yeah.
You told me, hey, it was about 50-something thousand.
Yeah.
But Brian was only paid 17,000.
Okay.
And it should have been about double that. And I'm just trying to make sense of that, given that everyone's
Done.
accusing each other of theft
Yeah.
right now. You
I
understand?
mean, without, again,
Law
without
and
seeing
Legos.
any of those records, without seeing those individual tickets, I can't answer that any better.
Okay, this is kind of a problem. The math ain't math in here.
Yeah, that
65
ain't-
to 70% of 50,000 is almost double what we believe Brian was paid. And digging into the details, it turns out a lot of these sales come from what Crystal's spreadsheet actually categorizes as layaways, meaning they were marked as having been sold, but layaways are when someone puts a down payment on an item and later pays it off. But the problem was there were a lot of these, worth about $20,000 in
What?
layaway. And that felt a little strange to me.
That doesn't
And
make any
because of that,
sense.
I asked Josh Johnson, the incoming
A store
owner,
that
and he
small?
responded, quote, there were 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over.
So on the list of that, on the inventory list, do you know about how many layaways?
I haven't
Very
gone
strange
through and
timeline.
done a
Yeah,
count,
it really
but I
is.
know it was vastly more than 2 to 3.
It was about 98.
That makes sense.
So there were about $15,000 to $25,000 worth of sets on layaway.
Okay.
That's just the part that's surprising. That's the part that I
I
can't get
don't
my
know.
head around. I go,
Yeah.
how could, let me just be really honest. I don't believe there was that much layaway. I don't know. I don't know how that's possible. How could there be that much layaway?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like
That's more than any
it's
giant
like,
corporation
I don't
has on
believe- 'cause I
fucking
was talking
layaway.
to
Do
some
they even
people
do
about Bricks and
layaway?
Minifigs. They go,
I just
"Yeah,
remember my mom doing something at layaway on for
there's
Kmart.
some layaway. There's not that much layaway. I talked
It
to
was
people
for
who were
something that
neutral,
like she
kind
knew
of
we wouldn't be able to find
corporate
again.
side, but also people who were just
Which
normal
also
Bricks and
a
Minifigs
little
people.
sad when you
They say
think about
there's
it,
not that
because
much-
this was
not
right
that
after
much
my parents
layaway.
divorced.
Help me understand
why
My
there's
mom went above and beyond to make me happy, and I miss my mom dearly.
$20,000 worth of layaway here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely. If you talk to other Bricks and Minifigs locations, layaway is extremely rare. I think outside of the Brian's collection, I
Okay,
don't.
good. I'm not crazy here. So then why was there so much layaway there?
No, absolutely not. Outside of Brian's collection, I think at the time we maybe had 2 used sets on layaway outside of his collection.
Okay.
It was not a common thing traditionally. I don't know that we'd ever done layaway before the collection came in. With Brian's collection, it was a little bit different because so much of this collection were new in box, all in one place, reasonably priced, and a lot of the harder to find items. And so customers would come in and put, I'm gonna guess probably half of those layaway items were not gonna be sold to the person who took them on layaway, because we had several that would put them on layaway and then change their mind. So this was something like, somebody would come in and want 10 different sets but only be able to buy 1. Can I put the rest of those on layaway so you don't sell them? I'll pay
Yeah,
$10
no, that's how
to put
I
these
do
sets
know
on
that's
layaway.
that's common.
Traditionally with layaway, we
That's
would
common.
ask for 10% down.
Yeah,
They'd
especially
have
with
30
smaller shops like this. Like I go to a comic shop that
days to
does shit
make
like
their
that.
next payment, or we'd refund the layaway amount and then put it back on the
A
shelf,
situation
on the
where I was
shelf.
just like, is that
Because
available?
this
Or like, no.
collection was the collection
On
it
layaway.
was.
It's being paid off. I was just like,
I wanted to give these people the opportunity to, sorry, dogs, to get these sets. We were a lot more generous with how long and the amount of payments that people could make towards the layaway. So a lot of these, we had several of them. I think one of the Ewok villages, we put on layaway 4 different times, and then it came off of layaway and back on layaway and then off and then sold. So a lot of these would have gone on and off of layaway and then back out on the shelf, just depending on the person who was putting it on layaway. That was completely unique to this collection.
So look, I'll be honest. I don't trust Josh Johnson, but something is weird here.
Yeah, something's weird
So
about that.
A lot
yeah.
of these are, look at this. It says POS final sale price, but it's listed as a layaway, but it's sold for $5.99.
Yeah.
Because it matches with the store sale price.
Okay.
So were they on layaway? Were they accidentally marked layaway on the spreadsheet? What's going on there?
I mean,
this is
seeing
what
the
happens when you get a forensic
actual
accountant.
sales ticket and seeing what else, like what items were sold together, what else was sold with it. I can't actually see the sales ticket. We had several layaway items in which customers were putting multiple things on layaway, paying for most of one item, and then, or they were buying, 8 different things together and then putting all of them on layaway and making payments on multiple items at the same time. Our Ewok village was one of those cases. At some point he had, I think, like 8 or 9 different items on layaway. So they'd come
God,
in and
that
make
Ewok
a
village
payment
was so
for
cool.
A bulk
God, I wanted
payment.
that.
I've got 800 things on layaway. I'm gonna make $100
Too much
on my
explanation.
payment. One customer in particular would do that, and then when he'd gotten up high enough to pay for one set, we'd pull that set out, mark it as sold. So without seeing the actual tickets and my layaway records, I cannot answer a question any clearer than that.
But I even found more than that in this POS data. I also found about $10,000 in sales that match Brian's collection that were not marked as sold under this inventory spreadsheet. Some of our things that were not found were explained by the POS system because they were found in the POS system as being sold. So like they weren't marked on the spreadsheet, but they were marked as sold via the POS system. And this is about $10,000 worth of Lego that basically were matched.
Huh. See, and I don't know. Take anything happening from, let's see, sorry, I'm trying to do math here. I don't know without being able to see all of the records. There is a possibility that the consignments were ended when I wasn't at work and I just didn't go through and pull them up. They didn't get put in the consignment ticket. I hadn't gone through those consignments in a couple of months. months.
So
I hadn't
$10,000
gone
of
through the
oopsies?
inventory in the back room in a couple of months. So it is entirely possible there were sales that were finished.
What up, G-Man? How's it going?
That I never clocked as being finished. I don't know that without going through and actually seeing it.
But you're saying it's possible stuff was sold, not updated on this inventory list.
It's entirely possible that stuff did not get updated on my spreadsheet. I'm not going to sit here and claim it's not possible. It's possible I missed things.
So where does this leave us? I know some people are jumping to conclusions here, but I must remind you that on the night of November 14th, 2024, Crystal Gorman was concerned about Brian getting paid or not getting paid.
He has not been paid his percentage yet, and if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
Okay. So Crystal, ultimately, that's a business thing and not necessarily yours. Brandon will take, because taking on the business, he takes on all that kind of side there.
So obviously, one could see that and say she was intending to reconcile with Brian. Maybe she hadn't gotten around to it. And of course, corporate will probably take a more cynical view of what she's doing by printing these receipts.
Hubby is up. All right. Take care, Rebecca. I'll catch you later.
But the point is, regardless of whose side you're on, I think we can all agree there's a lot of weird stuff here on all sides. Abnormal stuff. Sure, maybe you can chalk some of this up to bad record keeping between the U-Haul, the layaways, the $20,000 in Lego sets that corporate called $2,000 to $5,000 that was there that night, the off-book deals. But even if we can't fully know 100%, what these weird things were about,
You like
I
the
think
stream?
they tell
Hell
a
yeah,
story
dude.
of what
Appreciate
actually
that.
happened to Brian's collection. In a way, multiple people, I think, are kind of right, kind of wrong. The Gormans were correct that more of that collection was there that night of the takeover than previously thought. But corporate also alleged that some of it was offsite, and that appears to be partly true, although some of that is disputed, and it looks like, way more of the collection was sold and layawayed than Brian was paid for. But all in all, there's a lot less missing than many people think, especially if your starting number is $200,000.
Yeah, when you start really putting it
estimated,
together.
I must emphasize, estimated with bad records, that there's only about $10,000 to $20,000 in Lego that isn't explained by one of these sources. This isn't to say Brian's been fully compensated. Much of this Brian wasn't paid for that I know of. So I estimate he's still out about $50,000 to $83,000 for Lego he wasn't compensated for. And I think honestly that's something that Bricks and Minifigs obviously should handle and make right. Regardless of what a franchisee does, the new one, the old one, the company behind it must stand behind their product, their service, and I can't imagine a better example of a company doing the opposite. Unfortunately, Bricks and Minifigs has chosen to deflect and dodge responsibility at most opportunities and created a really awful customer experience that has snowballed into this crazy series of events. But instead of taking accountability for that, they've taken an aggressive legal strategy, which I told them personally was a horrible idea. As of writing this, Brian Mansell is being sued for $1.3 million as part of a legal campaign against him and Reckless Ben and any of the associates. Remember, Brian is the same guy who lost all these Legos.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's the one who lost all this shit to begin with.
Bricks and Minifig store.
Yeah.
And I told the CEO and COO that's ridiculous and they should drop this. Look, mistakes have been made by plenty of people here, but there's a lot more people who have inflicted self-owns, the likes of which we've rarely seen, by just choosing the worst possible path at every fork in the road. No pun intended. But the best path to making things right, in my view, is by just making
Did it because this all happened in America, America's Fork or whatever.
Brian Hull.
What a stupid name.
And moving on. Drop the aggressive legal strategy.
American
you are a Lego
Fork or
store
whatever.
at the end of the day. You are supposed to be about fun, not about a rerun of Suits. But anyways, that's my investigation. Those are my closing thoughts. And I knew I wanted to approach everyone involved in this whole story with my results and see what they thought to close things out.
Every fork in the road, because this happened again in American Fork, Utah.
Because I'm showing
Whatever.
everyone in this story and saying, hey,
the thing
are
that
any of
doesn't
these
make
numbers blowing your mind, or is any of this crazy to you?
No, it's not crazy. But what's crazy, again, like all the photo evidence that both sides have points to there being, $20,000 worth of Lego in this of Star Wars Lego in the store that night. right? I don't know, man. I'm just like,
Yeah, so Bricks and Minifigs lost Brian's Lego, and now they're suing him for 1.3 million instead of paying him what they owe him for the lost Lego. Jesus Christ.
can people
Yep.
understand maybe why there was some confusion and why there was some hesitation when somebody comes in and says, hey, you owe me $60,000 worth of product in Lego, and we go, we don't even know who you are. Like, yeah, Crystal mentioned something about consignment.
They are so fucked.
On our way out the door. And we go, sure,
They're
we've got it
so
figured out.
fucked.
Then the guy just walks in and demands $60,000 worth of Lego. Like, what am I supposed to do other than say, cool, show me, can you show me the proof?
The problem is there's so much of a dispute on the timeline, and this is what's going to make this story so hard to tell. Is like they say you guys are unreasonable. They tried, and eventually they gave up. But they say they tried, and they were basically met with like unreasonable requests, things like that. So
Verification, documentation, is that unreasonable? Do you think?
Well, I think they would say they provided the documentation, and you guys say you need more documentation. So I mean, that's kind of the
Right. A spread, like I understand, a spreadsheet and a contract are a good start.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually like the start and the end.
Yeah, but we never.
Oh my God, he is so fucked.
Got that. That was
Dude,
never
these
sent to us
people
at
are
corporate.
such
y'all
scum.
don't have the y'all do have the spreadsheet though.
Gunch, what up, dude?
That was shared online, but months
How you
after we asked
doing? Welcome to the
It
show.
says it's-
Oh, what up,
I'm
Dennis?
I'm so confused. It says I'm on the file right now. It says storage used, owned by BAM Franchising Inc. Owner Salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
What are you looking at?
It says owner Salem.or at bricksandminifigs.com. That's you guys. It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024. When I look at it, this is the Ansel list, I believe.
So this would have been created under so we have.
Oh, he knows he's busted.
We
But y'all definitely have
Oh my
this. Y'all
God,
have
he's
access
so busted.
Well, I had no idea.
Well, I had no idea.
if
What?
This is the first that
Yeah, he's squirming
anybody has
hard.
shown me
I'm gonna.
a spreadsheet was created using like Bricks and Minifigs Salem, and all of this stuff was archived. This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by Crystal, and we don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those types of things, and understand. I appreciate you
The
sharing
blood
this
left
with
his
us
face.
because we had no idea.
Yeah.
Again,
You can see it
you
in
don't
the
know what
camera,
you
too.
don't know, and you can't we don't know everything, and we don't go looking in every nook and cranny everywhere.
On
we
the
just don't know
downsides of being a ginger.
those things. So if that's there, we can now have our team go look for
Literally see the blood leave your face and come back.
When it comes right down to it, they're going to have to make a judgment call
Yeah.
and say,
Well, this
who's
all goes
telling
to
the
discovery,
truth?
so
the people who were
no
taking
matter
all
what.
the pictures and say, and we couldn't take pictures of everything the night of, but we're being honest consistently, and the people who are saying there was $5,000 there. Really? Like, that makes no sense. We've got the evidence.
So now the
and yes,
spreadsheet
there's a
can't be trusted.
discrepancy.
So
We
fucking
acknowledge we
convenient.
did not take
Yeah.
pictures
I mean,
of
the point of
everything.
sale was literally based on their
But
on their
Does
corporate
that
fucking
mean that
model.
the
So
discrepancy is, oh, and therefore these missing, percentage, whatever that would be, 5%, is some magical other place,
If
or it
I-
was sitting there in the store and we didn't get pictures of it.
If I
That's
if
the
I
more
messed
reasonable
up,
explanation.
if I messed up on my record keeping, I will take accountability for that.
Mhm.
It's possible. If my staff didn't draw attention that consignments
Uh-oh.
had left out, so I'd move them to the
Ooh.
thing. Any of that, I will take accountability to that. I am
Not great.
more than willing to do that. I need BAM to show me those tickets.
As
But
they promised to do.
I will sit down with Brian and talk this over and figure out what we missed and where it was missed and how it was missed and make that right with him.
I mean, that's new information no one's ever found out, so that's like awesome. They're gonna lose hundreds of millions of dollars because of their own wrongdoing. They're literally gonna destroy their entire company because they're this
yeah, I mean, I do agree with Ben.
maybe $20,000 worth of Lego.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll be keeping you in the loop with what
Nice. I'm excited. This was good work. My other final thoughts is, dude, you solved it, dude. That's awesome.
No longer working at Bricks and Minifigs. Bricks and Minifigs is suing Brian Mansell and Reckless Ben over $1 million. A restraining order is in effect against Reckless Ben to prevent him from speaking about Bricks and Minifigs. Damn, dude. But that, oh, the thing is, that could also be challenged as like essentially unconstitutional. Ooh. I mean, I understand like the First Amendment protects you from like the government and all that, but still, it does protect you from, wrongful defamation claims. And this is this will be interesting. Pep law. All right, that was awesome. How long is this? Oh shit. Here, I got it. Let's get the very beginning of this at least, because
The allegations sound bizarre. They involve
yeah,
fake
because I really, if I play this tomorrow, it'll be
homemade signs outside
totally
private
out of
home,
context.
volunteers recruited on Instagram,
Sucks.
stolen Star Wars Lego sets, and somewhere
I
in the
technically
middle,
have to
police
go,
body
but
cam footage captures
because of that
officers
power
openly
outage, my
debating
entire
whether
show
any
got
law is
derailed.
even being broken. So what actually happened here? Did Reckless Ben cross the line from investigative activism into criminal harassment? Or is Utah trying to criminalize speech that the First Amendment protects? Today we're going to strip away the internet drama and walk through the facts, the charges, and what may happen next. The criminal case against Benjamin Reckless Ben Schneider arises from events occurring between March 8th and March 11th, 2026 in Utah County, Utah. The allegations stem from Ben's effort to confront an individual identified in police records as JJ about his involvement, or lack thereof, we really don't know, in the case of the missing Lego inventory. This whole thing kicked off when Reckless Ben accused the independent Lego retailer of stealing an elderly family's $100,000 Star Wars collection, resulting in corporate lawsuits, arrests, and allegations of police corruption.
This is just bare naked
I think that we already crossed the show 420.
corruption.
Yeah, well,
They're
here, you know what?
preventing
Cheers.
the legal system from working.
If you watch Devin's video about it, then you already know the ins and outs of that wild story. The JJ referred to in the police records is Joshua Johnson, who is one of the new owners of the Bricks and Minifigs franchise in Salem, Oregon. How did Ben end up in criminally hot water? Well, it started on March 8th, when Johnson observed what he described as suspicious activity at his residence. According to the probable cause statement, a male arrived at Johnson's home carrying a package while wearing
Yeah, this is
a
true.
ball cap with a UPS logo taped on
And this
it.
is annoying.
Police report that Johnson believed that
part
Ben
that
had
annoys
become
me, is the
interested
fact that
in
they
an
actually
Oregon
have,
civil dispute
like, kind of a
involving
case on
Johnson's
this one.
business, and he suspected Ben was sending people to JJ's home to harass him.
Hi, sorry, I got a delivery. Can I get a signature?
Officers later identified the individual carrying the package as TS and allegedly learned that Ben was coordinating activity near the residence. Police further state that a second individual admitted Ben was paying him to assist in filming and that officers found video footage of Johnson outside his residence on the person's phone.
When we showed up, Josh was already outside talking on the phone to someone.
During a subsequent traffic stop, officers encountered Ben in a vehicle with recording devices. Ben told them he had traveled to Utah to film a YouTube series concerning the Oregon dispute and was attempting to recover disputed property or the $100,000 Johnson allegedly owed to Brian Mansell.
This old man spent his entire life collecting the world's largest
I'm gonna speed this up just because I do have another thing. I gotta
Sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Police also state that they warned Ben and another individual that they were trespassed from Johnson's.
Sorry for anybody that doesn't like the sped up stuff.
The
I
interactions
understand,
continued the
but-
following day. On March 9th, officers responded after Johnson reported another individual repeatedly knocking on his door while dressed in church attire. This person allegedly stated that he was assisting Ben in recovering money or property and had responded after Ben posted on Instagram looking for someone local to help. Police alleged the individual falsely represented himself as coming from a non-existent religious ward and claimed Ben had told him what to say.
That's not
Officers
illegal.
again encountered Ben nearby after stopping a vehicle. They state they already warned Ben to stay away from Johnson's house. The allegations escalated on March 10th.
Yeah.
Police report
The
that Johnson's
problem
wife
is they were kind of crossing the line to harassment, which is that's not legal. Same with the stalking allegation. It's like, dude,
contacted authorities
like,
after observing
technically, yeah, you were.
near the residence taking photographs. The probable cause affidavit states
Best intentions
on
and, like,
3/10/26,
aside.
the victim reported that a woman was taking photos of the front of his residence in American Fork. I spoke with the victim by phone. Ben Schneider was stalking his house. The victim said
So
people were
stupid.
coming up to his windows and taking pictures, which scared his wife and children. The victim reported that the suspects were currently parked in front of and beside his house with 2 cars. He said that every day the suspects arrived with 2 cars full of kids to stalk his house and harass his family. Officers responding to the scene identified Ben Schneider as a passenger in a car driven by a woman. The probable cause affidavit goes on. I asked Benjamin who they worked for. He told me that he worked for himself and that the woman was there to serve the victim papers. The victim explained that he works for a company that recovered property from a franchise location in Oregon. He said
Yeah, you can't break the law to right or wrong.
third
But-
party-
well, this is the part that annoys me is the fact that like Ben was at that point of needing to talk to an attorney regardless because he was talking about serving them and taking them to court and all. So I'm surprised that none of these attorneys said, let us handle this or let us like serve them first. Like, you don't need to be the one to serve him. Like, that was a content thing, and that was very stupid. That was a miscalculation on his part, and then trying to get other people involved too.
Involved in the franchise was trying to hold him responsible for property at that location.
Like, they were doing like the Mr. Beast thing, but not realizing that they were playing adult games here.
Reported that the third party hired Benjamin, a YouTuber, to harass him and others involved. The victim said that other parties in Provo and Sandy had cases
blah.
open against Benjamin for harassment and stalking.
I mean,
I verified this with the Sandy Police Department.
God, I wish I was more of an, like, if I could like sit through school and all that bullshit, then I would have.
Confirmed they were screening charges against
been a
Benjamin.
lawyer,
Ben
but-
claimed he was attempting to serve Johnson through a
Fuck
process.
that
On March
academic
4th,
bullshit.
Ben had filed a claim against Johnson in Marion County, Oregon's small claims court for stealing Lego sets that he had purchased from Brian
not
Mansell
good with
that
school.
were apparently consigned to the Salem Bricks and Minifig store. The theory being that when Johnson became the new owner of that
Good at
store,
testing,
he
though.
improperly withheld Mansell's Lego sets. Ben is legally required to formally serve Johnson with legal paperwork in their litigation, but he can't do that himself. If the person attempting service is actually a party to the lawsuit, then service would be invalid. Because
Yes.
Oregon law generally prohibits a party from serving their own papers, and Oregon law is
Yes.
controlling here because
And
it's an
technically he
Oregon
was.
lawsuit. But invalid service is not necessarily the same thing as criminal conduct. It usually just means the service doesn't count and must be redone. Johnson also argued that the woman who attempted to serve him is a fake process server, implying that she's impersonating a real server. But under Oregon law, almost any adult who's not a party to the lawsuit and not an attorney for a party can serve a complaint, summons, or subpoena. I mean, that doesn't
Right.
mean you should do it that way, though. I mean, it's cleanest to hire a professional process server to do that for you. Typically, it'll cost between $50 to $100 per document.
Right.
Unless you're trying to serve the president, in which case things are just a little more complicated. Now, before Ben sued Johnson personally, Ben tried suing the Bricks and Minifig store in Oregon twice in small claims court. First one was dismissed. Ben tried to get a default judgment in the second, but the court dismissed the case instead. Note that in several of Reckless Ben's videos, he claims that he has an actual
Yeah, that was intimidation to send a box. I mean, yeah, even the box of chickens. Like I said, it's silly, but realistically, it's a random box showing up at some dude's house that's already kind of noticing that he's being watched, followed. Like, come
default
on.
judgment.
Jesus
It's
fuck.
weird. It didn't happen. But
And they're acting like they were somehow the law
not a lawyer,
on this
so
one,
who
where they
knows
were
what
just
he
like, we were
actually
just doing an
understands. Anyway,
investigation.
back to
It's like,
you.
no, no,
Johnson
no, no,
also
no,
says
no.
during this
This-
encounter that he's
there
never
are
been to court with Ben, and that
lines
the
that
papers
you
are
can't
100%
cross.
fake, and it's illegal to serve fake papers.
Yeah.
The affidavit of
At the
probable
risk of
cause
repeating
reiterates
myself.
this. Quote, the victim said that for the last 3 days, he had called the police daily because people were taking photos of his house and trying to open his door.
No.
He added that on Sunday, an individual pretending to be a postal worker came to
Which
his
I'll
house
be
to
completely real, man. If somebody was taking fucking like photos of my house repeatedly, yeah.
deliver a package and tried to get his signature.
This isn't like one of those things where it's like, oh, well, why the guilty
The
conscience?
victim said that
It's like,
Benjamin had previously been trespassed from his property, so
no, it's
Benjamin
fucked
has
up.
other
It's
people come to the
genuinely fucked up for somebody to just be standing outside taking pictures of your
residence
of your
and
house.
knock on his behalf. I explained to the victim that the individuals
I
were
mean, if
trying
he
to
was
serve him civil
standing on the fucking sidewalk too, that's another thing. But he kept trespassing. That's what was really pissing me off. The fact that they kept going to the goddamn door.
papers. The victim responded that he did not want them because he believed they were fake. I spoke in more
Sorry.
detail with the victim and the victim's boss, who both reiterated that there were no court cases open involving the victim or the company the victim
Could have been
worked for.
They
avoided.
have fake service papers. Then the girl is like, she's like, oh no, I got to serve them these papers. Like they printed up a fake lawsuit, you know?
The officer's affidavit doesn't say whether he verified that there were no open court cases, because if this Utah police officer somehow had access to the Oregon court system, he would in fact have seen the open small claims case. The bottom line is, if they are real legal documents but defective in
I mean, he confirmed that afterwards.
some way, then serving them would generally not constitute criminal conduct. But if Ben knowingly fabricated documents to falsely appear like official court documents, that could be illegal. The officers didn't arrest Ben for forged documents, though. Quote, the sign showed an image of the victim holding money with the statement, I stole a dying man's life savings. I asked Benjamin if he put up the sign. He replied yes and said the
Oh, what
sign
up,
was intended
mouses?
to get the victim to come outside. The affidavit says, quote, the officer told defendant his tactics weren't working. Defendant stated that it would work if they kept doing it, and it has always worked for them before.
I'm lurking while I write a disconnect notice for an 83-year-old man using $5,000 or 5,000 gallons of water a day because he won't fix his
Police arrested
plumbing
Ben
line.
later that day.
Well, I mean, sorry, the 83-year-old kind of deserves it if he ain't fucking willing to fix
and
it.
booked into jail.
Fucking Christ.
Okay.
That's a lot, dude.
Am I being arrested? Really?
A day? That's a quarter of a swimming pool a day.
Police further allege that on March 11th, officers responded to
Your
reports
average
that
swimming pool is about 17 to 20,000
more
gallons.
people were
So
hanging another sign directly across from the Johnson residence. Johnson thought Ben had
He
been
can't
present,
fix
but had
it?
took off before police arrived. One
Oh.
participant allegedly
Oh.
confirmed he was communicating with Ben via FaceTime while placing the sign. Police also recorded statements from Johnson
shit.
indicating
Okay.
that the events had frightened his family
Okay. Well, if he can't,
and caused emotional distress to his wife and children.
Ooh, this is a rough one. 83 years old. He can't fix it.
Based on all of these allegations, a prosecutor charged Ben Schneider with 2 criminal offenses. One count of stalking, a Class A misdemeanor, and one count of
Does he
targeting
have the
residential
ability to
picketing,
do
a
it?
Class B misdemeanor. So that's the prosecutor's view of the evidence. But before we dig into the nuts and bolts of those 2 criminal offenses, let's look at those traffic stops quickly.
Now, if you don't have $200,000 worth
All right, let's skip this part and get to the fucking. There we we go. Ben's side of the story. Here we go.
Traffic stops. My criminal defense friend Mark Lopez covered that. However, some of the interactions between Ben and the police
Also, shout out Mark Lopez. He's the cool lawyer.
on that footage could
You ever need any advice on what to do when you get arrested for, possession? Oh my God, he is the man to go to.
Here's the March 8th stop, where officers allegedly searched the vehicle.
It's one of the best videos I've ever watched on it, where essentially it's just shut the fuck up and call your lawyer.
Found, but officers warned Ben that he was walking a thin line.
Walking a very dangerous line, which you end up a lot.
Fixed
Another
income.
officer said
Big
this.
oof.
You could end up in jail in Utah when you're from Cali. Okay. Not worth it, right? Yeah. We play differently here.
I have it on good authority that this is Utah's version of "you boys ain't from around here." Ben told officers that he wanted to serve legal papers on Johnson, but police returned the papers after explaining that the recipient didn't want them. Reckless Ben argues that this proves his point that he was attempting to pursue legal remedies, not harass anyone. Then there's this footage.
My biggest question is, why doesn't the city just go and fix the goddamn pipe and then bill him through that and just let him pay installments?
Is it disorderly conduct?
I mean, tacking onto his water bill.
So the one officer said, "Right now, I don't think you guys are breaking the law." However, officers then removed the sign from public view. Ben says this interaction demonstrates that officers did not view this as criminal conduct. He can also argue that removing the sign, even though it was on public property, shows that police violated his First Amendment rights. Police later executed a search warrant at the Airbnb where Ben was staying.
Yeah. Damn. I'd hate to be the Airbnb guy. Tell me, did they break anything? I mean, let's be fair. If you're gonna get swatted and it's an Airbnb, it's like, oh.
Police records the warrant authorized seizure of allegedly stolen merchandise, specifically Lego merchandise.
They start cutting up
This entire
sofas, and you're
dispute
just
involved
like,
missing Lego sets back in Oregon. There's
Okay.
also a video I want to flag where the officer is on speakerphone with Johnson's boss, CEO Eamon McNeff. McNeff is intervening on behalf of Johnson. Ben will likely
My
argue
brother
that this was an
Jesus.
improper attempt by Bricks and Minifigs to stop him from exposing their alleged misconduct. McNeff will say that he's trying to protect his employees from harassment. These allegations by Ben do not directly determine whether he committed the charged crimes, but they could be relevant to his defenses. So let's break down the charges. The most serious charge is stalking under Utah Code Section
Airbnb owner was friends with the cops?
76.5. The charging information alleges that Ben Schneider
Was that actually like a
intentionally or
dress?
knowingly engaged in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual and knew or was reckless as to whether that conduct would cause a reasonable person either to fear for personal safety or suffer emotional distress. The stalking statute has two elements. The defendant, 1, intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct
Hey, thank you for
directed
the
at a specific person,
$1.99, Carter.
and 2, knows or should
Appreciate
know
that,
that the
man.
course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to either fear for the person's own safety or the safety of a third person or to suffer other emotional distress. Let's break this down. First, did reckless Ben engage in a course of conduct? A single isolated interaction is insufficient. Rather, prosecutors must show repeated or connected conduct directed towards the same individual. The statute is worded broadly so that course of conduct includes following, monitoring, observing, photographing, surveilling, threatening, or communicating to or about the individual. It encompasses acts committed by third parties on the defendant's behalf, and it covers appearing at someone's workplace and contacting the victim's employer or coworkers. The state's
yes,
theory
which also is
in this
actually,
case relies on conduct occurring
they were doing that.
across 4 days,
And they were
including repeated
encouraging
visits to the
people to
Johnson
do that.
residence,
This is where I was
coordinated
saying they were
activity
dumb
involving
about
third parties,
this.
filming near the home,
God.
signage directed towards the resident,
Ugh.
and continued activity after police warned Ben that Johnson did not want contact. The probable cause affidavit lays all this out. Officers responded to the victim's residence on 2 prior occasions involving individuals delivering packages on Benjamin's behalf. In one incident, a person hired by Benjamin went to the victim's residence and recorded him from outside. On another incident, Benjamin told officers that he intended to use the victim's signature to forge a document preventing the victim from trespassing him from his residence. So they're asserting Ben directed third parties to get involved in the stalking. It's also notable that the officer claims Ben admitted he intended to use Johnson's signature to trick him. The officer continues by noting he confirmed that Provo and Sandy police departments had knowledge of, quote, similar incidents involving Benjamin and individuals delivering packages to a victim in Sandy, and that they were screening charges against Benjamin. Now, there's a lot we don't know about those other incidents, but for our purposes, those other incidents, which happened with a different alleged victim, are probably irrelevant to proving the stalking charge as it relates to Johnson.
Yeah.
The officer concluded by saying because Benjamin was trespassed from the residence, returned, parked outside, had multiple people knock on the door, park outside, photograph the residence, deliver packages, and post signs with the victim's face out.
If he just didn't put it out there for other YouTubers to do this too, fucking
outside
A.
the home, I believe
Oh my
there's probable
God,
cause to charge him
man.
with stalking. Second was
Oh,
Ben's
this
course
is
of
so
conduct directed
annoying.
at a
He
specific
may
person.
have he may have been the cause of this guy not getting his Legos back or any of the money. And I swear to God, if Bricks and Minifigs wins this lawsuit,
This part is
like,
unlikely
this is kind of one of those things where it's just like, Ben, I hope you understand that this was you.
to be heavily disputed because the allegations involved
Fucking
a single
A.
residence and repeated
Yes, the
alleged
cops
efforts to
seem
contact
pretty
or pressure
corrupt in this. Everybody seems to have a fucking angle in this,
one
but
person.
God damn it, Ben.
Joshua Johnson.
Did you have
Third,
to add
did Ben
stupid
know, or
to
should
it?
he have known that his course of conduct would cause a reasonable person in the victim's shoes to either fear for the person's own safety or the safety of a third person, or to suffer
Like
other
I
emotional
said,
distress?
if Reckless Ben was my little brother, I would have just one of these, one of the good ones where it's just like pop right in the back of the head. Just, what's the matter
If this went
with
to trial,
you?
this would be the most seriously contested element. Ben would likely argue that his purpose was not intimidation.
Reckless is pretty apt,
In
though.
order to serve Johnson with legal papers.
This man stole basically his family's life savings, so we're just here to serve him his court papers.
You can also say he was there to investigate, protest, or even collect a debt that Johnson owed him. But prosecutors would argue that repeated visits to a private residence, particularly after warnings from law enforcement, demonstrate awareness that his conduct would cause emotional distress to a reasonable person.
Yes.
In fact, they will likely argue that Ben wanted to provoke distress and fear.
Yes.
And emotional distress is defined under Utah law as significant mental or psychological suffering, which can include damage to one's reputation, relationships, or livelihood.
Everybody
Miller, the Utah Court of Appeals held that
sometimes
multiple disparaging emails to the victim's employer was sufficient for a stalking conviction. The Utah stalking statute can be pretty broad. Stalking as charged here is a Class A misdemeanor, the most serious misdemeanor category under Utah law. If convicted, reckless Ben faces a maximum penalty of up to 364 days in jail and a fine of up to $2,500, excluding surcharges and court fees. Because stalking is the highest level misdemeanor charged, it's currently his biggest criminal exposure.
Hey, real quick, if you're following this case, Scout recorded a whole section.
Mindful Steve. Oh my god, I like the fact that we're creating new characters through this. That's fun. All right, let's get to this.
Charged Ben with targeted residential picketing under Utah Code Section 769109.
Yeah, which
conduct specifically directed or focused toward a residence.
in Utah that's illegal, but in Minnesota it's actually perfectly legal.
To convict, prosecutors would generally need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, first, that Ben Schneider engaged in picketing or focused expressive conduct aimed at a residence or resident. This is likely the central dispute. Prosecutors will argue that placing signs accusing Johnson of theft directly across from his home, coordinating additional sign placements, and involving others constituted targeted expressive conduct focused specifically on one residence. Second, prosecutors must prove that the conduct occurred in a statutorily prohibited location, including within 100 feet of the property line or directly in front of the targeted residence. Police reports specifically allege that signs were placed directly across from the residence and on a nearby park strip. Third, prosecutors must show that Ben knowingly engaged in the conduct. It's worth noting that unlike the stalking statute,
and the thing that's part of the problem. They kind of can do that with all the footage.
769109 does not specify what mental state prosecutors must prove. So under Utah Code 762102, when a criminal statute is silent on mens rea, the prosecutor must show the defendant acted knowingly. That's known as a
but it's also going to show that he instructed. That's the big fuck up here is he instructed.
And it's good news for reckless Ben because it means this isn't a strict liability offense. They have to show that Ben knew he was engaging in conduct aimed at a certain residence. Ben's statement that his purpose was serving legal paperwork to a resident really kind of addresses this element. Targeted residential picketing is fundamentally intertwined with constitutional speech concerns because the alleged unlawful conduct itself consists primarily of expressive activity. Courts evaluating such statutes must balance free speech rights against the government's asserted interest in protecting residential privacy. Stick a pin in that, because I'll have more to say about his defense in a few minutes. First, though, let's look at the penalties for targeted residential picketing. This is charged as a Class B misdemeanor. If convicted, he faces up to 6 months in jail and a fine of up to $1,000. Although less serious than the stalking count, the charge is significant because it directly criminalizes conduct Ben would characterize as protest or investigative
Looney Tune-ass
As in
crime.
any criminal prosecution, the burden rests entirely on the government. Ben is presumed innocent, and prosecutors must establish every required element of each offense beyond
He's getting walked out in cuffs. You're despicable.
reasonable doubt. Ben doesn't have the burden to prove his innocence or justify his conduct. Instead, prosecutors must
This is the
affirmatively
legal
demonstrate
version
that the
of
alleged
it's
conduct
actually
satisfies every
stepping out of
statutory
Lego.
requirement, and that any constitutional issues, including First Amendment
That's
protections,
coming in with
do
the
not preclude criminal liability. This burden may prove especially difficult in a case involving expressive conduct. Courts are
fucking
generally
observation.
cautious
Oh
when
my
criminal
god, I
statutes
cannot
intersect with
think.
Speech, protest, journalism, or advocacy because of the risk that
Sorry, I'm
authorities
actually
might use
really
them as a
thinking.
pretext to
I
shut
got
down
hungry.
protected expression. So at what point does aggressive public accountability cross the line into criminal harassment? Now, besides stalking, Ben was charged with picketing someone's home. And you may think that seems a lot like protest, which is
This
protected
one's
by
going
the
to be a
First
little bit
Amendment.
harder to
What
prove,
right does the
but
state have
then
to
again, he got people to show up. That's the problem.
ban residential picketing? Well, residential picketing laws are generally constitutional because courts treat them as content-neutral, time, place, and manner restrictions that protect the sanctity of the home. And that's what we see in this case, two competing interests. Ben's right to free expression on a matter he considers of public concern, and Johnson's right to security and privacy in his home. At the center of the case
Marijuana affects the memory.
lies expressive conduct. According to the charging documents,
right.
Ben traveled to Utah for the express purpose of pressuring Johnson. Police allege that he repeatedly approached the
Yo,
residence,
B.
coordinated visits by associates, filmed activity near the home, and placed signs directly across from the residence accusing him of theft. They say Ben admitted the sign was intended to induce Johnson to come out of the house
my
and
God.
talk. On the other side,
Gonna have
Ben's
to end
conduct
it here
involved
soon.
expressive activity, criticism of an alleged wrongdoer, signs placed on public property, filming, and publication of accusations concerning an ongoing dispute. All of this was connected to a broader campaign of accountability aimed at getting bricks and minifigs to compensate the man sells. Courts generally treat speech concerning alleged misconduct conduct, business disputes, or public controversy as occupying the highest rung of First Amendment protection, particularly where criticism concerns allegedly fraudulent or unethical conduct. The constitutional argument becomes even stronger because police reports repeatedly describe the signs as being placed on public land, including a park strip directly across from the Johnson residence. Speech occurring in traditional public forums, such as sidewalks and public streets, receives especially robust constitutional protection. The Supreme Court has repeatedly held that government restrictions on speech in such areas are subject to careful scrutiny because public sidewalks and streets have historically served as sites for protest.
Yeah, this is where like any fucking the audit would just tell these guys like, no, cops overstepped their bounds.
Criticism and political expression. The interaction Ben had
That's
with
why
the
this is
officers
gonna be a
when they
harder
moved
one for them to prove in
despite saying
court.
that the officer didn't think that Ben broke the law, gives Ben the argument that they targeted him because they disagreed with his speech. But we also have to look at conduct like
again, this was a reach. You should have just stuck to the stalking one because honestly, that one was like more.
Residential privacy occupies a
Even
uniquely
I can
protected
see
status
it.
in First Amendment doctrine. The Supreme Court has long recognized that individuals are entitled to heightened protection against unwanted focused intrusion into their private homes. The leading case is Frisbee v. Schultz, where the court upheld a municipal ordinance prohibiting targeted residential picketing outside a single residence. The court emphasized that a home is not merely another public location, but rather, quote, the last citadel of the tired, the weary, and the sick, deserving protection from focused protest directed at a captive audience. The prosecution's theory appears designed to fit within this constitutional framework. Rather than portraying Ben as merely criticizing Johnson, prosecutors characterize the conduct as repeated, personalized, and intentionally focused on a private residence. The stalking count similarly emphasizes a course of conduct directed at a specific individual occurring over multiple days. Prosecutors allege repeated visits between March 8th and March 11th, 2026, including the involvement of associates, filming activity near the residence, the placement of accusatory signs, and continued conduct following police warnings and trespass notifications. Ben's argument is, hey, the police have intervened to protect Johnson from criticism for his own wrongdoings. Prosecutors will characterize his actions as pressure tactics designed at a private family
That's the
residence that
problem
will
is
cause
you always have to kind of think like a prosecutor in that
any
one.
reasonable person fear
Where
and
it's just like,
emotional
what are they actually going to present to a judge?
distress, just like Johnson and his children had. In that framing, the conduct is less analogous to protected protest and more like focused harassment directed towards a captive audience within the home. But look, Ben does have a counterargument.
Memory, leaving me.
That the state is criminalizing activity and investigative activism. From his perspective, he stayed within the law. No threats of violence, no physical force, and much of the conduct across the street from the home in public places. He can also argue that the purpose of his conduct was not intimidation, but accountability, namely recovering Mansell's property or pressuring Johnson and other BAN
little
employees
Winwood in
to
there.
engage with him about an ongoing dispute.
So you guys told us to take you to court. We went to court and we won. We knew you closed down the store to avoid paying us, so we could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again, but
then the police showed up. And
Yeah, because you were
again,
standing on his property.
For some reason,
Fucking
they
dumbass.
are really trying to protect these criminals.
Jesus Christ.
no, he stole $200,000 worth of.
Ben told officers he had come to Utah in an attempt to collect either the property that was the subject of the Oregon dispute or to collect $100,000. He had a legitimate purpose in trying to serve legal paperwork. There's one glaring problem with that last argument. Having a legitimate purpose is not a defense to stalking in Utah. In
Nope.
State v. Rashid, a private
Fucking thank you.
detective agency was hired to investigate the victim. The defendant, a private investigator at the
I have
agency,
been saying
surveilled
this
the
for,
victim
like,
over several
a
days,
week
took
now.
pictures of her, and placed a GPS tracking device on her car. Not knowing the defendant was a PI, she was terrified
Give me my-
and called
just-
the police.
just-
the Utah Court of Appeals upheld the defendant's conviction
Just
for
say I
stalking,
passed the
noting
bar.
that the statute
Just
made
give me
no
that fucking
exceptions
law
for
degree.
private
Let's go.
investigators or anyone else with an
Have
alleged
law.
legitimate
Make it a
purpose.
thing.
For
Let's
the Utah
go.
Court of Appeals, that's the legislature's prerogative. Take it up
He's
with them.
such a shithead little kid.
So this case
Or-
looks
yeah,
different
yeah,
depending
yeah.
on how you frame it, which, spoiler alert, is how
He
law
is.
tends to work a lot of the time.
Yeah,
And
no,
it's
he's
not
dumb.
always easy
He's
to see where
fucking stupid. That's what the whole crux of this was like, okay, Reckless Ben, like this is so annoying that he was onto something. He did something great, like as far as trying to like get this money for Brian and like just this whole and then of course it has been interesting and tons of content, but the fact is he's a moron and he really is, like he's a combative moron that like he doesn't get it, like he doesn't understand the nuances of the law and he pretends that he does. Like the fact that he was standing there with a fucking Easter basket being filmed acting like he had every right to be on that guy's property, he is a fucking absolute dipshit.
to draw the line between aggressive
And no, he's as I said, he is going to get hit with something.
accountability efforts and
Whether it's going to be fines or actual jail time, we'll see.
unlawful harassment.
But
There's a related
God
point
damn
here
it,
that
what
I
a
really don't
moron.
want to get lost. Even if Ben's
If I was
were
not
aggressive,
even his brother at this point, it's like if I was his father, I'd just be like, "Why are you like? Okay, listen, I already thought you were stupid for being a YouTuber, like, but now you got to prove that you really are that stupid,
embarrassing,
on YouTube."
manipulative, and reckless. that does not itself establish criminal liability. The legal question is not whether Ben's tactics were unusual, provocative, or socially unacceptable.
No.
The question is whether they crossed the constitutional line, separating protected
Right,
expression from
and
criminal conduct. Courts have
they did.
consistently held that speech
Yeah.
does not become unprotected merely because
They
it's
did, because
upsetting,
like there is like such thing as targeted harassment.
humiliating, or offensive. But repeated conduct directed towards a private residence can lose constitutional protection when it becomes sufficiently targeted,
Thank you.
persistent, or threatening. So is this about investigative activism and debt recovery,
Yeah, my hat
or
all
stalking and harassment? Both? Neither? That's ultimately going to be for a judge
Yeah,
and jury to decide.
it's going to be
if
for
case
the
makes
jury
it
to
that far.
decide.
Because
But in
stalking is
Utah,
class A
the fact
misdemeanor,
that he's
Ben would
out,
be
like,
entitled
yeah,
to
he's
6
out of state. Most of the fucking jury's probably going to be Mormon.
person jury. Criminal verdicts must be unanimous.
I mean,
Or
he can technically challenge that though.
Ben could waive his right to a jury and just have a judge
Yeah.
decide. I'm not sure which scenario is better for Ben.
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like, yeah, what do you do? Do you waive the jury and just let the judge decide, who is already kind of proven that he is kind of on the cop side?
Often it's better for defendants to appeal to jurors, particularly with the First Amendment angle of a YouTuber exposing alleged wrongdoing.
Yeah.
The same is true if jurors feel like the defendant is sticking it to the man, which we
Yeah.
saw when
And then
DC
they're going
Sandwich
to try
Show
and do
got
a
acquitted
settlement,
after
which I
clearly
know
assaulting
Ben's
an officer
probably
with a
going to,
seven
like,
foot.
out of principle, be like, no
And we
settlement.
covered the Afroman trial earlier this year, where local sentiment was definitely pro-Afroman and anti-Officer Poundcake. But in this case, a jury might work
Dude, I have already forgot about Officer Poundcake. God, we got to bring that back.
against Ben because he's not from around here and could be portrayed as a troublemaker hurting someone the local
Thank you.
sympathize with.
God damn.
So
just
that's
as
the
I
decision
said,
he
give
and his
me
legal
the
team will have to
fucking.
make.
Now,
Give
all
me
this
my
highlights why it's so
certification.
important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel,
Oh,
every
is
week
this
I
it?
get hundreds of comments and emails
Oh,
from
he
viewers
doesn't even
who
get
are
to.
dealing with
He
legal
doesn't even
problems.
get to say goodbye in his own video. That's bullshit. All right. All right, let's start wrapping up here. I gotta go. Oh man, that was awesome though. Hey, look at that. I actually covered everything I needed to cover. Just so you guys know, I'm not going to be live on this space tonight. It's going to be a repeat of yesterday's propaganda. I'm not sure if Left Past 10 is going to be on, so it could be the full 2 hours. I don't know, but honestly, the rant was worth listening to. If you guys have not already seen the VOD or any of that, I do, like, I'm proud of it. I highly recommend checking it out. Excuse me. There we go. Here's the space. If you guys don't know what this space is, it is a working leftist content create. A bunch of leftist content creators are showcased. Okay, sorry about that. All my links just shut down. Fuck. I'll just go through YouTube. Fuck it. Yeah, we're all a bunch of working class creators that are also happen to be leftists, but it is, yeah, it's a lot of different types of content. Okay. Copy, paste. There we go. All right. Woohoo. Man, a lot of stuff got screwed up today. Nobody's talking about it. Just wanted to bring it up, bring your attention. Remember how they finally got Capone? Yeah, taxes. I think one thing you have to consider is that you have the hindsight of this, whereas they would have had... No. Sylvie, you're giving him too much credit. It's not about foresight. It's about he was crossing state lines to essentially serve some legal papers, right? The fact that he did the thing where it was targeted harassment at the man's house and job, and it was repeated, that's what the problem is. And they can prove that Ben did the call for action, so this all goes back to him. That's where I'm saying a judge, a jury, like, all they're gonna hear is that some shithead YouTuber thought that it would be funny to make some content about this. And, like, again, the rubber chickens kind of show this, where it's like, he did it to himself. He's going to, like, because he's going to try to play that game where it's like, well, that was a joke. It's like, but this was I thought you were doing a serious investigation. Like, why? Like, this, under scrutiny, this will not hold up. And that's where I'm saying Reckless Ben will get fucked by this. The only thing I actually dislike about this is that you keep mentioning that they should have hired an attorney to begin with, and when it started from the beginning, they didn't have the money. Yes, they did. They did have the money to hire an attorney for this. Like, Brian Mance, no, at no point did they, like, bring up this. By the way, an attorney, with this type of case, would have probably done it pro bono, because it would have been one of those ones that they could have gotten paid out, especially when the cops got involved. Like, the second that the cops got called on Reckless Ben and he didn't get an attorney involved, he's a moron. And I'm sorry, Sylvie, that's just the fucking facts. Listen, I literally have like a point of a percentage of the followers that Reckless Ben does, and I would do this. Is it because I'm smarter? I don't have any background in law. I happen to have background in fucking media creation, which you'd think he's done this multiple times before. He's been served multiple times before because of the stuff that he covers. And he always frames it as like the big corporations are coming after me, blah, 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 which, great, yes. And the thing is, they are. This is what pisses me off. He's a moron. I said, no, from the beginning, I'm saying, no, I'm not saying Reckless Ben needed a lawyer. I am saying that the guy, Brian Mansell, he should have hired an attorney. Like, that was the fucking thing he really should have done. Is an attorney would have heard this case, especially when he had an ironclad contract, and then they would have agreed to a payout. Sylvia, I'm not sure if you've ever dealt with an attorney. I've unfortunately dealt with attorneys a lot. So just gonna say, like, especially in contract, like, and this is where I've dealt, like, this is the reason I dealt with attorneys is because of contract law. And I had, like, in my case, what I can talk about is just saying I had a party break a contract, right? They didn't pay me what they said they were going to pay me per the contract. And then they tried to liquidate their business. I ended up getting paid out because they did rule in my favor. But I understood at that time, like, I was broke as shit, that I needed a lawyer. So I found one that would have worked with a payout. And that's how it goes, unfortunately. You're just no, Sylvie, we have a lot of fucking information on this. What are you doing here? Like, God, I've been very contrarian lately, like, with a lot of the stuff that I talk about, and it seems like this is silly. I'm gonna just say it's not, like, where am I out of pocket for saying that any of the parties need a fucking lawyer at, like, and you're kind of mincing the whole, like, at the beginning thing, because at the beginning this was about $20,000 or $200,000 of alleged fucking stolen fucking property that was also locked in on a, like, dude, that's a big one. It's the fact that this was like a locked in contract that they signed into. You know, like, that's kind of the big deal here. That's why I want, what I want confirmation is if they tried. I don't think they did, though. That's the big problem here, is it doesn't sound like they did, because they would have been consulting with them all. Like, my biggest problem with this is that they did not have a lawyer at the point where he was serving papers, because any lawyer, like that guy even said, would have told him not to be there when the process server goes to serve these papers. And don't serve him at his fucking house. Serve him at church. Honest to God. If you knew, like, you could technically have her follow. That's perfectly within the realm of fucking doing process serving. The thing, like, this didn't need to be filmed. He wanted it for content. That's the problem here. Is he wanted the content, and his content brain overrode his legal brain. That is where he fucked up, and that's where I will die on this hill that Reckless Ben was an idiot at that fucking moment, and that I don't care who the fuck was hanging around him, they should have recognized, hey, this has gotten deeper than just doing a silly YouTube video. The second that he had the cops called on him at the first house, and then he did the same thing to the other guy at another house. Like, this is what bothers me. Even, like, you can be as virtuous as you know you want, and honestly, I agree with everything that he was doing as far as, like, what he, like, but oh my God, I cannot condone the way that he went about it. I have no contention with those claims. That was my first criticism too. Is that all the filming that is going to make a lot of evidence inadmissible? No, and that's the problem too, is it is admissible. All of his YouTube videos are going to be admissible. That's, like, he essentially filmed his crime. This is why I'm pissed. Like, if I was again, Pep Law here, I would be telling him that he is an idiot, that he filmed himself doing the crime that they are fucking that they're alleging here. That's stupid. Why would you do that? And it's all because you didn't understand the whole process of actually process serving. This idea that you fucking met a girl and then she just was like, I kind of know who you are from YouTube, and you're in the car, you fucking dick. Hire a camera guy then that doesn't have anything to do with you. Then they caught another Ben. This is the other problem, is that he put out a call to multiple YouTubers that were doing the same shit. Like, what the actual fuck, man? He broke the rules of Pep Law. I'm talking about the Reckless Ben situation with the whole Lego thing, because I think that as much as I agree with what Reckless Ben was doing, he was a fucking moron. Or do a hidden do a hidden camera. Exactly. Anna, thank you. He could have given a hidden camera to the process server. They could have gone to the church, which they knew he was going to, by the way. Sorry, this is actually giving me a little stress because it is so fucking annoying. How many people I have seen just blindly taking Reckless Ben's side, and it's this isn't a sides thing. This is where you do have to act there's nuance to this, because what he was doing was fine if he didn't break the law. What he did was break the law, filmed himself breaking the law, and then was his excuses, well, they stole $200,000. That doesn't fucking matter. What he did is constantly constituted as stalking. In any state. That's the most fucked up part. He even tried to be like, oh, it's the Utah cops. It's blah, blah, blah. No. This is fucking I'm pretty sure that it is also federal, as far as what they constitute as stalking. But realistically, every state has a similar stalking law where it's you have to have, you got to play by the rules. This is why the auditors are so good at what they do. They understand all of the fucking law that they're essentially riding that fine line on. That's why they don't have these situations. This is why they end up winning. This is why they end up getting payouts, is because they understand the law. Reckless Ben is, like you said, his name definitely fucking is. Oh, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. You've been here for 15 months. Squishmallow Dragon, thank you. That's awesome. 15 months? Jesus. Man, time's flying. But realistically, that's my biggest holdup here. And that's my biggest gripe here, is the fact that he just couldn't see how this would also be a detriment to to everything he was trying to accomplish. His goal was to get the guy paid. Now he has put this man in a fucking position where he is being sued. This dude is facing a $1.3 million lawsuit now. He will not get that fucking GoFundMe money because they canceled the GoFundMe, and it's all because Reckless Ben did actually tentatively break the fucking law. And they have proof of it. And that's what the Bricks and Minifigs guys are counting on, is this guy kind of weighing his options, going do I go with the jury that's probably going to convict me of this? Or do I go with the judge that's probably going to convict me of this? It's also his ego must have fucking gotten in the way where he just, at that point, how did he not see that this was going to end up in a fucking court? I mean, that was the whole goal. He was trying to serve them to take them to court. What did he does Reckless Ben have one of those things too, where he was expecting to be able to film the court, in the whole fuck? I don't know, man. His whole demeanor through this too is that's how I can just describe it. That's just making content. You fuck. All right. Fucking stupid. Anyway, guys, I do have to wrap up here. I went 6 minutes overtime. Let's see. We rating anybody? Here, I'm going to rate this face. Give me one second. What? Is this going to give me problems too? All right, no, it's not. Cool. Almost 420 anyway, so cheers, people. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stay for 420, so I do have to get going here. I do appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. Rantin' Tim Pepper. Yeah. Wait a minute. Reckless Ben is dumb. Hey, what is he gonna do? Bricks and Squishmallows next? I don't have jokes, and Tim Pool's not here, and this was a request. Hi, I'm Tim Pepper. I'm Tim Pool's biggest fan. If you're looking for the story behind this, then come back sometime later. All right, I'm gonna slink away. Kick flip. 4-2. Oh no. Yep. See ya, Pep. Awesome show. It was so much fun. Yeah, no, I had a good time. Tonight was definitely a good time. As I said, if you guys are chilling on the vertical stream, you guys will be raiding into this space. And yeah, I had a quality rant yesterday that is being replayed because I have other things I must do tonight. But like I said, folks, I do appreciate you guys hanging tonight. I will catch you on the next one. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.